Mr. Deach, if you're on the line and called in from an anonymous number, can you press *9 on your phone or #9 on your phone? Okay, thanks. We'll go ahead and get you properly labeled for the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Loffer, are there any other issues you'd like to address before we start?
Chair Esquivel, I think we're good to go.
Fantastic. Well, again, good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, May 19th. It is 9:30 and would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow colleagues. With me today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadama, excuse me, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Tam Godek. Additionally, assisting us today is Michael Loffer, our Chief Counsel, Eileen Sobek, our Executive Director, our two Chief Deputy Directors, Jonathan Bishop, and Eric Oppenheimer, and Janine Townsend assisting us today as well. And assisting her is Margie Argill. Also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please do speak clearly into your phone or your computer microphone when you come to speak for the board. Additionally, as you all well know, due to the COVID-19 response and crisis, we're holding our board meetings here telepresence, webcast, and so you're either tuning in via two ways. One, either on the Cali PA webcast, where you can traditionally just see a webcast of the board meeting, but if you are looking to participate in public comment or on an item today before the board or during public forum, you will need to get onto the Zoom platform in order to interact with us. To do that, go to our website at waterboards.ca.gov, go to the agenda item today, or send an email to comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov with the item number and the fact that you would like to speak in the subject of the email. There are instructions online, so for those of you that are just looking to viewing through the webcast and you're looking to participate, go online in order to sign on. With that, we'll move on to public forum. And Mr. Loffer, I believe we have one public forum card. Are there any additional ones?
We actually have two public forum cards today. The first card will be from Mr. Douglas Deach, who I know the board has heard from previously. And Mr. Deach, I'm about to unmute your microphone for you. And at this point, Mr. Deach, you should be live.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, great. Thank you. First, I tried to participate last week. I wasn't able to do that, unfortunately. I did submit a request that has a link on it. Do you have that in your possession, or can you see that? And because that's the first thing I'd like to talk about is basically COVID-19 and our groundwater injection projects and sewage. So anyway, there is a link, which I can't tell you over the phone, but I did submit that if you would refer to that. So this is what I'd like to read first and what I would have told you last week. Last week, 420, yes.
Just for the benefit of the board members, this is Michael Loffer, Chief Counsel. We did circulate your prior email to the board members and to the staff here. However, what we've discovered is most of the links in it, with the exception of a YouTube link, are actually not working for anybody here within the water board system. So what we're going to do, you can certainly go ahead and describe all of that today, but we will work with you offline to get appropriate links that actually work for us, because we were unable to retrieve them.
Good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I did send you a link in my request for the blue card request. But anyway, that's fine. We can follow up on this because I certainly want to go through this quickly. So what I would have commented on last week first about the COVID-19, I'm going to now start again. If I may, please.
Go right ahead.
Last week, 4/21/20, the State Water Resources Control Board, for the first time, Chairman Esquivel brought up the subject and held a brief discussion on the possibility of coronavirus being present in our sewage and other wastewater systems, a very prudent and prescient concern, I would say. He tried to assure us that we were all safe. Apparently, not surprisingly, there has not yet been an investigation of this very new matter. Reasonable and scientific minds seem to differ, and further conclusive investigation is what is now prudently required. We must, quote unquote, listen to the scientists. And as scientists, Liu and Nadal caution us themselves. And these are the two who are mentioned in this linked article to it. Fortunately, most water treatment routines are thought to kill or remove coronaviruses effectively in both drinking and wastewater. And then it cites some other, technical, legal, and scientific. I want to get into those. In wastewater treatment plants that are membrane bioreactors. Liu and Nadal caution, however, that most of these methods have not been studied for effectiveness, specifically on SARS-CoV-19 and other coronaviruses, and they have called.
I believe we lost Mr. Deach, Mr. Loffer.
Am I back?
Oh, you are back. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. So anyway, let me get to the end of this. It will be impossible to clean our groundwaters once they have been contaminated with coronavirus recharged and deeply injected into them. These mistakes cannot be fixed. Consequently, I'm requesting that both in the common interest and just plain common sense, that all current groundwater injection be immediately halted pending conclusive resolution of the possible contamination issue posed by the new coronavirus. And then I was asking that actually I made this comment in connection with the expansion of the Monterey pure quote-unquote water project, which was actually just denied the EIR, asking that they pull that from the agenda. It's the expansion where they're going to meet the order. You know what I'm talking about. So that was pulled. It wasn't pulled. It was denied, basically. So that's what I'm requesting now, is that you please look very closely into this. Now, the other matter that I wanted to discuss was from our meeting at my last appearance there, 10/16/19. And if you can hear this. Well, what it is I asked that a previous request that I made in the year 2016 that the State Water Resources Control Board intervene in the Monterey Bay, the whole Monterey Bay regionally, to take control and direct our groundwater sustainability quote-unquote plans in the right direction. And I was asking that that be played. Now, Chairman Esquivel, it was time constraints, and what he said was at that point, and this is at minute 8:13 at your 10/16/19 meeting, he suggested, and that said that every member on the board would review and look at the 8-minute 2016 appearance here, where I asked that the State Water Resources Control Board intervene for the first time. I again reiterated that request again for the second time at the 10/16/19 meeting, and I'm again reiterating it again for the third time at this meeting. So what he said was that the board would review this video of the the meeting in 2016, and that's actually at begentlewiththeearth.org. I think it starts at minute 350. But I'd be happy to talk with you, Mr. Loffer, and get everything else straight on this before the next meeting. And then that you would review this and staff would get back to me, neither of which I believe happened, but you would know whether or not you were able to review that. So I'm asking that you please review that. Please have staff get back to Mr. Loffer. That would be fine. I actually hold a record for going through Stanford and Stanford Law School, which I did in 5 years. So I would love to, and I never was an attorney, but I would love to talk with your attorney and to get all this straightened out so I can be constructive and help implement what I contend is the only sustainable groundwater plan that will ever work in the Monterey Bay, which you can find described at dougdeach.info. It's a Facebook page. I have a 25-year-old successful pilot project, 43 acres at Smugowski Beach, which you can see run down at dougdeach.com. And what I'd like to do is have you please review that, and I will be able to make in 10 minutes a complete presentation to you of this, hopefully at your next meeting or when it's mutually convenient. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Deach, in addressing the board. What I heard were two concerns, one around groundwater management in the Monterey area and peninsula, and a second regarding COVID-19 and wastewater issues. To that, I know that you feel that some of the science may be a bit gray as to what and how coronaviruses are treated during the wastewater treatment process. We do have a fact sheet on our website that we've pulled together. I think we, being a science-based agency, an evidence-based agency, are always open to new and other developing science, and will continue to incorporate any new science that staff see to the contrary. But at this point, as we understand it, wastewater treatment plants are responsible for treating far more robust, we'll say, viruses. But again, open to continued discussion, but we do have a fact sheet on our website that may be helpful. So we appreciate, again, the time, Mr. Deach. And Mr. Lawford, did you have any other further follow-up?
Well, I just was going, hopefully everybody can hear me. Mr. Deach, just for your benefit, we did find the link embedded in the form you submitted, and that has now been distributed to all of the board members as well as key deputy directors over both drinking water and water quality. And then we will follow up with you on the remaining issues on the Monterey Bay or the Monterey Aquifer issues and the Sigma component to it as well.
Thank you again, Mr. Deach.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lawfer, then we have one more public forum card, I believe.
Correct. Mr. Gaddis, we're going to be bringing you into the meeting at this point in time. We'll be asking you to share your camera, and we're unmuting your microphone.
Good morning, distinguished members of the Water Board. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Wow. Is my camera pointed the wrong way? Let me see here. One second. I'm not even sure how to turn it around.
If you want to do just voice, that's okay as well.
We'll do that.
Okay.
All right. This is Rob Gaddis. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach. Redondo Beach Mayor Bill Brand asked me to mention that he had intended to speak here himself this morning, but he cannot be here. He's currently delivering a presentation to the Southern California Wetland Recovery Program team. Otherwise, he'd be here with us. This comment is about the proposed OTC policy amendment extending the operations of the AES Redondo power plant beyond its currently scheduled ceasing of operations at the end of this year. This is not a new issue in Redondo Beach. With regards to the power plant over the last 20 years or so, we've had 2 referendums, 1 advisory vote, and 4 initiatives for the voters to weigh in on. Among those, our Measure DD allows residents to vote on major rezonings, such as the changing of the power plant from its current zoning, which is as a park and open space, to something else. Our Measure G allows the AES Redondo property to be used as a park. Measure A sought to rule out a new power plant being built there. AES reportedly spent over $100,000 narrowly defeating this resident-driven ballot initiative, scaring voters by telling them that if they passed Measure A, their lights would go out. Yet, only 3 years later, AES submitted and funded a $1 million campaign for Measure B, which eliminated any power plant from the site and would fill it with condos, a hotel, and mixed-use commercial with no park or wetlands on the site. AES now argued that their other local power plants had plenty of capacity to cover for AES Redondo, and no power plant was necessary there. I was the treasurer of the grassroots organization that raised and spent $15,000 and defeated AES in their $1 million Measure B campaign. AES's Measure B campaign disclosure forms reveal that they paid some Redondo residents to plead their case in social media and to the press. Among those they paid were John Mirasu, who spoke during the comment period at the April 21st Water Board workshop meeting, presenting himself as a concerned Redondo resident. We can expect more of this. Redondo residents are again defending our health, our goals of restored coastal wetlands and parks and public open space against a multi-billion-dollar corporation with tens of millions of dollars in profits at stake in this, your decision. None of us will know whom AES has paid to speak for them or write emails for them to you with the goal of portraying our community as divided over the extension issue. As you see public emails and other comments come in, please be aware of which come from the real South Bay residents and which are from paid shills who perhaps don't even live in our community. All of our elected officials and those from the surrounding cities at all levels, from the school boards to our state representatives, Al Marsucci and Ben Allen, state senator, have written to you to oppose the extension of AES Redondo. This is not a divided community. We truly oppose extension of AES Redondo at every level. Thank you for your consideration and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you for your time this morning, Mr. Gaddis. Appreciate your comments.
And that
And with
concludes
that,
the speakers we have for public forum.
thank you very much, Mr. Loffer. And so with public forum concluded, we can move on to board business. First item would be board consideration of adoption for the May 5th board meeting minutes, and I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move for adoption of the minutes.
Second.
All those in favor? Oh, let's not do the old route. Janine, would you, Ms. Townsend, would you please call roll call vote?
Board Member Dodick,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Motion carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. That'll bring us to item number 2, and we're now joined by Executive Director Eileen Sobek for an update on our COVID-19 response activities and general overview.
Great, thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. We do not have a formal staff presentation this meeting. We probably will have something, a couple of more definite updates at your next meeting in 2 weeks. So I'll just touch on a couple of things quickly. First, it is an active budget week. As you know, the governor came out with his budget last Thursday, and there are hearings in the legislature this week. And the reason I mention that in this item is just that, as we all know, the governor's budget has been modified to reflect the current both public health and fiscal crisis that has resulted. And we will be following carefully to make sure that the core work of the water board is adequately funded, and it does look in the governor's proposed budget, which of course we look forward to discussing with the legislature, that there is a recognition that the work of the board is extremely important to both public health and the health of the environment. And we were very pleased to see that the importance of the safe and affordable drinking water SB 200 item was still in the governor's budget and intended to be fully funded. There have been a lot of discussions writ large about sort of a slow return to normal, and the question of how that affects the board is being developed, how it affects board staff and how it affects our interactions with the public. We're working with Cal EPA to develop a plan for a gradual return to work. And I just wanted to let the members of the board and members of the public know that it will be a slow and safe return to normal. So we don't have a formal plan yet. We don't have targets or dates or numbers, but we're hoping that there will be an increase in the numbers of staff that are in the office, but we won't be returning to full strength in the office for quite some time. If there are aspects of our doing business that haven't been working well during this period of telework, we'd like to know so that we can work on those in the coming weeks. I think that we've done a pretty good job of adapting, and we really appreciate the patience of the board members and members of the public in finding new ways to meet and work with us and help maintain the healthy interaction that we have with our stakeholder community. There have been some, I think, benefits to some of the remote public meetings that we've been having. There were a couple of aspects where we were planning to do multiple workshops throughout the state. And instead, of course, we've had to do a remote workshop. But in at least one area, one of the things our staff has done is put out a video of kind of the basic 101 presentation for the subject matter. And then for the scheduled workshop days, it's been a totally interactive Q&A period. And so, unlike what probably would have happened in a live meeting where it would have been our staff mostly talking and then a limited amount of time for back and forth, we've provided flexibility to stakeholders. They can look at the 101 ahead of time meeting at their convenience, and then we've really maximized the amount of interaction with the public in the actual webinars for discussion. And again, we've by doing this remotely, understanding the limits to broadband and other access that Board Member D'Adamo has mentioned. Hopefully it has been easier for some people to participate since they don't have to travel to the site of the workshop. So a few little silver linings, but other than that, really no significant updates other than those, unless you all have any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, comments from fellow board members? We just, again, thank you, Ms. Sobek. I know that I've been incredibly proud of the response from staff and how our programs have simply been able to, by and large, transition, to your point, transition differently. The work is different, particularly those gatherings and workshops and in-person events that we come to rely heavily on. And so transitioning to these digital platforms comes with their own challenges, but again, to your point, I think that there are also benefits. And I'm glad to see that we're continuing to adapt to the moment, but also what I look forward to is being able to use these skills more then into the future and continue to augment what is can come at significant cost to engage with the board, to understand whether it's implementation of a wetlands policy or development of drinking water priorities. These are all really critical discussions, and these platforms really do democratize, I feel, our ability to reach individuals. And to Vice Chair D'Adamo's focus, and I know a real concern is what does that mean for rural communities, and particularly communities that are most of need in engaging in some of these discussions. And so just thank you, and thanks for the leadership that staff continue to demonstrate in this entire space. It's provided the ability for us to continue to hold our board meetings here in a cogent way. And again, I think in ways that really benefit in seeing faces and individuals before the board, whether on any of the items before us that I sometimes feel we wouldn't have seen otherwise. So just thanks again, appreciate it. Well, anything further from fellow board members?
I just add my thanks, and this is for staff internally. I second what the chair said about all of the hard work, but I had personal experience this week earlier with some technology issues, and was very grateful for the help from IT help desk, who spent almost an hour with me trying to address these challenges. And I know I cannot be the only one, so they must be working full speed, helping everyone, trying to stay connected and engaged through these technology challenges. So kudos and many, many thanks to the IT staff.
Hear, hear.
Thanks.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Sobek. With item number 2 concluded, that brings us to our uncontested items, an entire block, items 3 through 7. I just want to open it up to any board members if they have any comments on any of the items that are being adopted here or potentially considered for adoption. Anything that anyone would like to pull from the uncontested item list. If so, we certainly, I think, have the space for that in today's lighter board meeting. But if not, would entertain a motion and thank staff for their incredible time. And again, points to just the continued work that we're able to conduct even in this changed space and work environment. So appreciate it. Mr. Lawfer, do you have a comment?
I was just going to point out that there are no speakers for this particular item, but also if there is a motion, we should be clear that for item number 5, it does have a change sheet. So any motion would need to include the change sheet for item number 5.
Noted, and thank you.
Okay, then I'd like to move adoption of items 3 through 7 with item 5's change sheet.
I'll second the motion.
Having a second, Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Certainly. Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Dodick,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The motion carries, and items 3 through 7, item number 5 with the change sheet number 1 is adopted. Thanks, everyone. So that brings us then all the way to item number 8 now, and in our informational items. And this is an item regarding the recent developments in our groundwater ambient monitoring and assessment program. I also flagged that at our next board meeting, we'll actually have an item on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and the Department of Water Resources will join us for a discussion on the activities in space there. And would just note that when it comes to GAMA and it comes to these I'll say really exciting developments and work in better assessing the quality of our groundwater. Again, it kind of speaks to this whole space around the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and the sorts of things that the board, along with drinking water, are looking at as we all implement a significant piece of legislation, and certainly will continue to take up a lot of the board's time and discussion. So with that, I'll hand it over to staff for the presentation and thank them again for their great work here.
And at this point in time, Janine, or Clerk Townsend, has made all of the staff on item number 8 co-hosts, so they have the ability to control their cameras and unmute their microphones.
Yeah, so we'll get this started. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. And thank you in advance for your attention on this information item about new data analysis tools for groundwater quality. I have 3 staff members that will be presenting also, Dory Bellin, Emily Houlihan, and Aaron Button. You'll be hearing from them. And we also have the section chief for the groundwater monitoring section that oversees GAMA, John Borkovich, online to answer any questions. Particularly any difficult questions, maybe they can go straight to John. Next slide, please. So here's our agenda. Yeah, we put this together. If we just run right through it, it's about 20 to 25 minutes or so. I have 2 more slides to provide some context, introductory type slides, and then I'll turn it over to Aaron Button, who will walk us through recent changes in our groundwater information system. That's sort of the main portal that we have to groundwater quality. He'll turn it over to Emily Houlihan, who will walk us through recent work on the SAFER support we do for DDW around domestic well water quality. And Emily will turn it over to Dory Bellin, who will walk us through 6 specific new data tools that are now available on the GAMA website. Next slide, please. So this is a 1-minute GAMA in a nutshell. The program started around 2000 with the Groundwater Quality Monitoring Act. And it's simply the bottom two rows there are the two prongs of the program in a nutshell. The first is comprehensive monitoring and assessment of California's groundwater quality. And that's a very large, heavy lift, and we rely a lot on and partner with the USGS, United States Geological Survey, to lead that effort in that characterization and bringing the science to bear on that. The second prong of our program is making the groundwater quality data collected by USGS and anywhere else available to the public. And that prong is what the staff mostly works on, and that's what we're going to be talking about this morning. Next slide. So again, for a little context, I just wanted to touch on, since the GAMA unit effectively are stewards of California's groundwater quality data, we end up supporting and interfacing with several other programs inside and outside the state water boards. I just want to touch on three of them. I won't go through all of these. SGMA, like Joaquin already mentioned, a lot of the tools that, well, some of the tools you'll see this morning and some of the changes that Aaron Button will talk about to our information system were really prompted by acknowledging the SGMA coming onto the scene and the new stakeholders and users of data associated with that. We've done outreach to that effort and have coordinated with Department of Water Resources to some extent, and that now if you go to the DWR SGMA data portal, it's organized around the 6 undesirable results. If you select groundwater quality or degraded groundwater quality as a concern, then you will be put into the DWQ GAMA web page. So we're pleased with that. I want to touch on the SAFER work. Our role there is primarily just supporting Division of Drinking Water in addressing the data gap that we have around domestic well water quality. And Emily will touch on that. And finally, I want to give a shout out to that ILRP CV salt box there. Our primary role supporting those efforts are, getting as much nitrate data that we can find and getting it up on our site. But also we have a project with UC Davis in developing a non-point source groundwater evaluation tool. That is designed to allow users to assess changes in nitrate management over large scales, like management zone or a basin, non-point source style, and assess what impacts those changes in nitrate management might have on the underlying shallow and deep groundwater resource. So that project is in a second cycle of contracting, and we expect to have sort of a pilot version of the tool out for stakeholder input in the time frame of a year or so. So that concludes my part of the talk, and thanks for indulging in this gratuitous plug for the GAMA program. But I will now turn it over to the staff to get us back on track and deliver on the agenda. So I'll turn it over to Aaron Button to talk about the changes in the groundwater tool.
Thank you, Scott, and Chair Escobar and fellow board members. I am going to go through a few of the small and yet very important changes that we've made to our overall data system. And in doing that, just to briefly summarize, we've essentially taken a step back. We looked at some of the new upcoming changes. Everybody's talking about SGMA, and I think that's kind of a lot of where these key changes are based. So with that in mind, let's go to the next slide. Very, very brief overview. Essentially, this is what we call our GAMA GIS, our GAMA Groundwater Information System data flow chart. Essentially, it'll outline all of the data sources that come from their agencies, from other groups, and so on, from their actual data systems, and then into our data standardization portal, and then on the front-facing view, our information system. Out from that, we run a series of queries for large data downloads, as well as this data is pushed out to various web applications, which Dory will be speaking about later. And then on the flip side, we actually pull from some other open data portals themselves, whether it be GIS platforms for just actual tabular data. We bring that in and interface on our map as well. Next slide, please. So essentially, in brief, we changed our focus a bit. Traditionally, I think we looked internal. We wanted to look a little bit more external at some of these users from the public, from the EJ communities, water managers, non-governmental organizations that really make up kind of the heart of our user base. This really does focus around the SIGMA aspect of things. We turned focus to those. We wanted to make some tools and make the interface much more friendly in that aspect. So let's go to the next slide. We'll look at some screenshots of some of the changes that we've made. So essentially, this is a brief summary of those screenshots that I'll show here in a sec. Essentially, these integrated system changes, we really dug into the data a little bit more and pulled out some of the metadata that have been somewhat hidden in a lot of these data sets that come into us. So that includes standardizing by well types. We really want to push folks to do geographic area searches as opposed to enter in an address and find out water quality next door to your home. The idea here is we want to put out groundwater quality assessments for large areas, whether that be SIGMA units, whether that be groundwater basins, whether that be regional board boundaries. And then some of these improvements from that is a much easier to use interface, more intuitive, and overall better tools to assess regional groundwater quality. Next slide, please. So in that prior discussion, these are a few of the screenshots that we've done. If you're not too terribly familiar with the way the data set is structured, you'll notice that some of these, you can see towards the bottom left of the screen, there's these well categories. And this is where I mentioned we actually go into some of the data, the metadata from the data sources that we actually look at. And we've pulled out the well types. It does seem like it might not be quite a big deal. However, the well types initially were buried in these data sources. So unless you knew the source information very thoroughly, you may not know what types of wells you're looking at. And then that allows you to do much broader type of category and well querying as opposed to just querying based upon the actual source itself. And then to the right, you can see that we have some of these larger geographic area searches where we've, in this case, selected our groundwater sustainability agencies. And this is one of those data sources that we pulled from the Department of Water Resources Open Data Access portal, and we provide those in our system so folks can look at with their specific GSA. Next slide, please. And then again, a couple more screenshots of examples. We interface with the GIS map applications from other agencies. In this case, this is you're looking at a California Geological Survey map, the geology of the state, and then we have our groundwater quality with, I believe, this is the groundwater basins selected and queried upon for. It looks like there's about 6 or so basins there. And then this is a new addition to our interface. This is more right now on the regulatory side of things. However, we call it our data connection tool. And what that data connection tool is, it allows us to go back and look at historical groundwater data that we've had access to in not necessarily tabular format, but in PDF format or reports, and actually bring that information into the system, and it's standardized and then it's put out for public consumption. So we're kind of doing a deep dive into the past to try to find out what groundwater quality was in 10, 20, 30, 50, 60 years ago. And then at the bottom right, you'll notice that we brought everything and condensed it into a nice menu so folks could simply and easily get out some of these tools that essentially were, for lack of a better term, buried in the old menu. Next slide, please. So that concludes my portion. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Emily, but I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So good morning, Esquel and board members. My name is Emily Houlihan, and I'll be talking about the domestic well water quality tool that we developed in support of the needs assessment and SAFER. Next slide, please. So this tool was developed originally in support of the needs assessment project, specifically the phase 2 component, which involved identifying domestic wells at risk for water quality issues. As you may know, there's a significant data gap. There's no statewide water quality results for domestic wells. So this was a very important project. There was two parts to this project. First was estimating domestic well water quality, which we approached by using existing well data and filtering it to best represent domestic well depths. And the second component involved estimating the number and location of domestic wells, for which we relied on well construction records from the Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. So in creating the water quality estimates for domestic wells, we made a few key decisions to focus our estimates on the shallow groundwater most likely to be accessed by domestic wells, while still accessing the vast data resources from, for example, public supply wells. So this included creating and applying a depth filter to only focus on shallow wells. We also used a square mile unit of analysis to achieve a higher resolution of estimations. For areas with sparse data, we estimated results across basins using an area of analysis called groundwater units, which combines both alluvial basins with upland areas so that we could achieve statewide coverage. We also assigned a water quality grade to each section to determine its final water quality risk. Much more detailed methodology is available in our white paper, which is available via this link and also through our online tool. Next slide, please. So to determine water quality, we looked at both long-term 20-year averages as well as recent measurements within the past 2 years. And we compared both of these metrics to the maximum contaminant level for each chemical. The combination of these two metrics resulted in a final water quality grade for every section for every chemical, which you can see briefly outlined here. For this approach, we considered an area at risk if it had either the long-term average and or any recent results above the maximum contaminant level. This is noted by grades 4, 5, and 6, noted by the red flags here. Next slide, please. So the results of our analysis suggest that 1/4 of domestic wells may have water quality issues. And additionally, the results suggested that 4 constituents, arsenic, trichloropropane, nitrate, and radioactive elements, account for about 80% of all domestic well water quality issues. The results of this analysis were provided to the Division of Drinking Water and UCLA for them to assess the cost estimated with providing clean drinking water for domestic wells. Additionally, all these results were made publicly available via a web tool on the GAMA Tools page, which Dory will cover in a moment. Next slide, please. So this domestic well water quality tool provides the basis for what we're going to be working on with SAFER. So we're supporting the Safe and Affordable Fund for Equity and Resilience. And specifically, we are tasked with creating an aquifer risk map to identify aquifers at risk for water quality issues that may be accessed by domestic wells and state small systems. This is just showing a brief timeline of our work with SAFER. We recently had our first kickoff workshop in April, which was a webinar actually, where we solicited feedback and input from stakeholders. We expect to engage with stakeholders throughout the rest of this year, and the first iteration of the Aquifer Risk Map will be available in January 2021. And with that, I will turn it over to Dory Bellin to talk about GAMA's online tools. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you, Aaron. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. I'm Dory Bellin, and I am a geologist with the GAMA program. I will be going over the GAMA online tools that are available on the GAMA website. Next slide, please. So as you know, and many maybe don't know, the GAMA program Priority Basin Project has been sampling groundwater, both the shallow and the deeper resource use for public drinking water and domestic and small system supplies since about 2003. We have developed a lot of data both for these well sites and for the trends as we continue to go back to those sites and sample for water quality. Knowing that GSAs need this groundwater quality information for developing their sustainability plans, and we have other initiatives like Safer and Human Right to Water. We knew that GAMA, being our steward of groundwater data statewide, it was imperative that we allocate a lot of our resources towards making this data a little bit more tangible and accessible online for those that needed to use groundwater quality data statewide. So we worked with our public advisory committee and other stakeholders in the GAMA program, and we shifted our resources to increase the development of some online tools that are available on our website. Next slide, please. This is just a screenshot of the GAMA program online tools page. The GAMA program is accessible at the waterboards.ca.gov website. You can just type /GAMA, G-A-M-A, after that address, and you reach our homepage where you can access our online tools page. Here, the first tool listed is our groundwater information system, which is what Aaron discussed. The list of all tools is here and available on this webpage. And I'll be continuing to talk about a few of those tools. Next slide, please. One tool is the domestic well water quality tool. That was what Emily just spoke of. This is where we can see the color gradations for the groundwater quality grades that she spoke of. We have those available for the top 6 constituents that we find in domestic well water quality. And next slide, please. As you zoom in, the user can see the location of the wells that were used to determine the groundwater quality. You can see the boundaries of the 1-mile sections that were used in the analysis. You can also see the number of domestic wells available through the Department of Water Resources OSCR system. This is available for every chemical. And we also have the boundaries of our public water systems available here as well. Next slide, please. Another tool is our groundwater age and recharge tool. With the GAMA program, what we sample for groundwater age, the way we do this is sampling the amount of tritium and helium in our groundwater. The amount that we have in the atmosphere is something that we can measure in the amount at the time that that groundwater is recharged. So we can see the time since the recharge of that groundwater. And here we're looking at the groundwater that contains tritium. So this would be our younger groundwater since about the 1950s and 60s. The lighter colors are the most recent recharge. And this tool is used as a more comparative analysis to see where recharge occurs and where we find that younger and older groundwater. Next slide, please. Now, we work cooperatively with the USGS to implement the GAMA program Priority Basin project. They have recently developed a trend tool, which allows us to look at the trend data as we have revisited the public supply wells that we have sampled in the GAMA program. This is looking at the inorganic data that we have sampled both in the GAMA program and what's available through DDW. You can see that we have different layers that are available that you can look at these analyses. Here in this slide, you can see the GAMA study units and then the study cells within each study unit. You can see the locations of the wells. Throughout different menus, you can look at the statistically significant trends. You can look at reversal trends, seasonal trends. You can look at those different constituents. And it's a great way to see how groundwater quality is changing with those inorganic constituents. Next slide, please. On our online tools, we also have 2 tools that were intentionally built for use for domestic well owners. This slide is showing the nitrate tool. We also have one for 123TCP. This tool allows a user to input their address, and when they execute that search, a little buffer around their location is created on a map, and they can see the wells that have been sampled for nitrate or TCP, depending on the tool that they are on. And you can see how many wells have had a detection above the MCL since 2000. And this is within 2,000 feet of that location that they inputted. So this is a great tool to just see, we always suggest that they have their wells sampled anyway, but this is a great way to see if you have any nearby known exceedances. Next slide, please. This is our salt and nutrient management planning tool, online tool. This allows users to look up any SNMPs that have been submitted for the recycled water policy. This is a great reference for an example of those programs that we support at the GAMA program. Next slide, please. And we are working on a source water protection data hub. This is going to be coming soon. We hope to have this developed by the end of the calendar year. This is going to be a great location and a great online tool, we believe, because it's going to implement and centralize source water data. So that would be groundwater and surface water data. We want to be able to see what is affecting the sources of our drinking water. So land use data will be here, surface water intakes, groundwater wells, any activities that could be potentially contaminating those sources, and any soils data like infiltration rates, et cetera, that would be helpful in understanding what is affecting a source. Next slide, please. So that concludes our presentation for the GAMA program. I want to thank everybody here that took some interest into this, and I'm sure we can open up to any questions if those are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bellin. I just want to say I'm completely blown away. The amount of work that GAMA has been quietly doing on what are really critical questions, challenges that we're facing both in the context of obviously of SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, but then also our implementation of the Safe and Affordable Fund and our SAFER program is, I just really want to acknowledge, thank, and appreciate that quiet work. These tools, particularly as we come into the realities of this economic downturn and what it means for state budgets or state involvement in so much of these really critical discussions prior to the COVID-19 crisis. And I think even more critical as we discuss, what type of economies we want to recover into. Ultimately, these types of tools, this sort of work and activities, going back through what are already existing data sets that we have at the boards, better integrating them into tools that support decision making at the local level, more importantly, and certainly all the way up through our ability as a board to understand the challenges that we're facing or even characterize what solutions may be out there. Again, I'm looking forward to the source water protection tool, particularly. There again is just such a natural space where we can better fold in our regional water quality board work, our permit information, TMDLs, match them up better with where drinking water systems are sourcing their water from surface or groundwater, and better assess and figure out how for the long-term trends, really decadal trends, generational trends, we're improving water quality and reducing costs and saving lives, and in the greater context of things really is. So anyway, just really impressed. Thank you. But open it up to board members for comment or question. I have a few questions, but won't launch into them right away necessarily. Just want to thank first.
I don't, so completely second that. I have been a big fan of the GAMA program before I joined the board, and I am just really appreciative of the focus on accessibility and, open data and making sure that we're, focused on providing information for folks that are doing the implementation work on the ground on a variety of levels. I think you have a lot of different water managers and individuals and groups that are working on these issues and really need this data to ensure they can do an effective job. I think one thing that is a focus of mine is thinking about how we overlay the human users in addition to potential sources of contamination. is also just thinking about the users. And I know you've done a lot there. And I think many of the tools that you outlined are extremely helpful for that. I know there's been additional efforts in trying to, that other academics and groups have done to try to identify where there's, for example, high densities of homes reliant on private wells. And I know in the tool that you all have, there's a density number in a square mile, which is extremely helpful. And I just appreciate that. And I think in addition to that, being able to see where there's, especially in rural areas, the way that we've developed is there's some communities that really never had a centralized water system, but are very high density communities. And so continuing to figure out how we overlay these other sources to make it easy for us to look at how to support solutions to ensure folks are more resilient is critical. And I think, we know that it's not just the water quality and source water protection tools or information that folks need to implement, obviously. And so making sure that we can integrate this data and this work with the tools that others are developing for purposes and different focuses, I think is key. I'll just say from my experience seeing how staff are working with stakeholders, I just really appreciate the responsiveness and the focus on trying to make data available, while also balancing the need to ensure data is the highest quality and is, as reliable as we can assure that it is. So I have been really impressed and appreciative. And I think there's actually the shallow aquifers is an area that a more recent focus that I think is has been a major gap and is really critical for understanding how to think about what's coming for deeper aquifers and for folks that are on shallower wells. So with that, I don't think I have any questions. I mostly just want to appreciate and recognize there's still more work to do, but this is a huge wealth of information, and I really appreciate staff's focus on making data available and supporting the real diversity in users that rely on this data.
Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Vice Chair?
Yes. Thank you. I have, first of all, just want to join in the praise and thanks. Just seeing how things have evolved through time. These tools continue to improve and broaden. And so just in general, want to thank everyone for their work on this. But specifically with all of the interest and the various entities that are involved in groundwater quality, thinking of the interest by communities to improve their systems, and then also the groundwater sustainability agencies. It seems that these tools have improved, not magically on their own, but by our staff working hard and then also interacting with many of these entities. But just the question is there a formal opportunity for folks to engage? If, let's say I'm running a groundwater sustainability agency and I use the tools and think, well, gee, if this tool maybe had some additional information or some other way to present, how would I, as a manager of an entity, interface with staff to suggest improvements, or maybe see if there's a way that, well, even technical assistance to maybe run the tools in such a way that it provides me with the information that I need?
Right.
Mr. Borkovich.
Vice Chair Diadamo, this is John Borkovich. I just I appreciate that question, and I would say that it's probably more accurate for one of my staff, including Scott, to answer on how we do that. I know how we used to do it, but maybe Scott could dive in here and explain a little bit more detail of how we handle those issues at this point.
Sure, and it's just basically ad hoc. We are primarily, in a response mode. We love to hear input from folks that are users like that. And the system, in quotes, that we have would be the person you described would call staff. A lot of times Aaron Button. Aaron really has been taking the lead on managing that information system. So it's just, it's ad hoc, and though that kind of input has been largely responsible for the kind of the remake that we've been doing the last couple of years. But you're making me think we should maybe set up a more formal comment bin and send that out. And because we are welcoming input, we want to hear what users experience when they get on this site and download the data. So informal, ad hoc, emails, phone calls to staff, and then the staff reaches out and engages.
If I could,
oh, go ahead, Tori.
Sorry, John. On our online tools webpage, at the header at the top of the page, we do have some information about any questions or comments about the online tools that they can contact me. And I have actually engaged with a lot of people, and we've made some changes to both the information system and to the online tools in that way.
Right, thank you for that, Dory. And I also would like to throw out there that over the course of the last couple of years, the team has reached out to the regional boards and others with respect to getting input on how the interface with GAMA was going. So there's been kind of a broad approach to it with respect to that outreach, and so that's something we can continue to pursue.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you for your work on this. And I was asking the question kind of assuming that I knew the answer, but also just to encourage those that are watching to reach out and ask the questions and ask for assistance. So thank you very much. I have one other question, and Mr. Loeffler, maybe if you could, I just want to flag that this might potentially be for you as well. When looking at this information on domestic well water quality, it just strikes me how serious the situation is in certain communities, in particular areas, as Board Member Firestone pointed out, high density communities where there's a significant problem. And then also just for those that are in rural areas, gaining more information about the quality of their wells. I have been a strong proponent of well testing when there is a property transfer. I think, it seems to be an area that the legislature would need to act. It wouldn't be something that we could do on our own. And I, as a board member, have always felt strongly that we stay within our own lane. But it's an area that continues to just really concern me. And so as I look at this information, it just strikes me that there's enough information out there in certain areas of the state that would lead one to believe that in real estate transactions, there is a duty to disclose. So, and perhaps not in areas where it's more questionable, but in areas where there are high concentrations, it just seems to me that this information that we have out there, should just be provided to communities widespread, in whatever manner we have, whether it's through this tool or us getting information out to communities in various settings. Whether it's through conversations that involve SGMA or safe drinking water, but then what is the responsibility of a property seller to disclose information that is readily available to the public, but maybe a potential buyer may not be aware of it.
Sorry, I'm starting up my mic or the camera here in the hearing room. The particular area of real estate law governing disclosures tends to what is a known community-wide disclosable event actually often tends to cut against whether or not you have to specifically do any kind of testing or diligence on the seller's part. I'd be happy to work with folks in our office and put together sort of a suite of how we see the current state of law in that area. But I think your first point, Board Member Diadamo, that this is an area that's kind of ripe for further policy development and perhaps engagement with the legislature is probably the best way to ensure that these decisions mature in the right way, because what's going to happen is even if we take an opinion that because of prevailing circumstances in a particular aquifer, that there really is essentially a duty to disclose and therefore a duty to potentially test so that the seller can potentially remedy or the buyer can potentially demand that there be testing before a transaction occurs, is until those play out through the courts and otherwise and it becomes a standard industry practice, we won't be able to move the ball forward with an opinion out of our office. So I'm happy to work with our staff and put together some options for you and for the rest of the board to consider in that area. But I do tend to think that the brighter arena for it is the legislative arena.
I appreciate that. And it just seems to me, since this is something that continues to sort of gnaw at me, I would like to better understand the state of the law and, as you say, options. And, maybe even if there's nothing in particular that we can do, just having the discussion, more of a broad discussion about the policy issues and the current state of the law. And then as we encourage people to even look at this site and utilize the tools.
I appreciate the Vice Chair bringing that up, and I certainly concur. I'll toss in a bit of history here too. Many years ago, when we first proposed the on-site wastewater treatment system regulations or policy, or I guess it was the permit at the time, we did attempt to introduce a factor that would require well testing at the point of transfer when the property is being sold and then transferred. As you can imagine, the real estate industry came out in full force in opposition of that. And obviously we withdrew that from consideration. But like you, Vice Chair, I've always been concerned about this issue, and I would love to tee it up a little bit, finding the right pathway forward, especially now, almost 10 years later, where we have more data and we have better information to support going down this direction. So I concur and would like to see that legal analysis and start discussion of, what might be a potential viable pathway forward, having already gone through one round where it did not work out well when we, as you said, tried to go outside of our lane without the adequate information at that time.
And I wanted to just add on this topic is that, there certainly this is something that local jurisdictions are and have authority to do a lot more. Obviously, that doesn't address the need statewide, which I think is, illustrated by these tools. And I completely agree with, both the need for looking at this in more detail and continuing to follow up. But I just wanted to note that I think, there are places where each county, for example, has different laws around monitoring of private wells. And there are some that have developed, focuses on different high-risk areas and contaminants. where they're doing more. I think obviously funding is always an issue in terms of what local agencies can do and what kind of assistance they can do for, especially for low-income households, but for any landowners. I certainly think there's also, responsibilities for landowners when they have tenants that is part of this issue. I guess lastly, I do think one of the things that this program really helps us think about how to do better is just how to communicate with local agencies about these risks and areas of need in their own jurisdictions. So I think, whereas many counties and other land use agencies that have or water management districts, management zones, all kinds of local entities may care about this, they may not have had the resources and tools that the GAMA program is now able to make more available. And so I think as we continue to improve them, making sure that we're not only making it available on our website, but maybe proactively providing information to local jurisdictions about what the findings are so that they can consider what actions might be most useful in their own specific locations. I think is critical. That kind of outreach and proactive information sharing and providing tools that allow them to make good decision making, I think is key. So I don't know that that's, I think that's an additional step that is not always in our regulatory wheelhouse as the State Water Board, but I think in terms of helping to accomplish our mission is certainly a key strategy we should continue to think about how we do. And I think even as board members, part of our role is being able to kind of be an ambassador and messenger around these issues in different regions. And so thinking about how we can each be reaching out and trying to participate with local jurisdictions and supporting them being able to access our data as, additional strategies we can be using to promote these goals. And that's all to say, I don't think that's a substitute for a statewide policy and continued discussion on this and providing public forums ourselves around statewide. So completely agree with the vice chairs and board member Dudok's thoughts on this, but just wanted to add those additional thoughts.
Thank you, board member. Vice Chair Diodama, did you have any other points you wanted to bring up?
No, thank you. It's a good discussion, and I just look forward to continuing, to hear back from staff and continuing the dialogue.
Really appreciate it, and appreciate the board members' support again, and doubling on Vice Chair's suggestion around further exploring how we can both actively get information out to communities so that they know that perhaps a domestic well on a property they're looking at may be of issue, but then also finding out what are the other ways and authorities that we can explore that. Board Member McGuire or Doda, did you have anything?
I do. Yeah, no, thank you for the really phenomenal presentation today. I learned a whole lot about GAMA and all the really amazing improvements you're making and have made to the system to make information more accessible to folks. It really is remarkable how much has changed in recent years, and I greatly appreciate that. I also think the tool now to be able to query by geographic areas, particularly GSAs and other areas that are of significance, interest, and as we're making decisions going forward is so important and vital to this. And so it made me think a bit about, and also the slide on tritium and groundwater age made me think about groundwater recharge. And so not just looking in the past and looking at trends and things, but looking into the future and looking at opportunities. And as we're embarking on SGMA, as we're looking for areas where groundwater recharge is a significant opportunity, GSAs are looking at that actively right now. DWR, through their FloodMAR program, I understand, is looking at similar aspects. And And you spoke to the source water protection data hub and looking at that, and certainly there's a nexus there with drinking water, but also I think with groundwater recharge and finding that connection between the source quantity and quality, and how we can better build those bridges through the GAMA program and through other efforts to maximize our resource, because ultimately that's what we're trying to use our groundwater resources for. And so I was wondering if staff could maybe speak to that a little bit, the work you're doing there, and just thoughts would be appreciated.
Sure, thank you for those kind words. And I think what your question was revolving around the ability for entities to be able to use the data practically. And so, you know, historically, before there was even SIGMA, I had a conversation with a water manager about how they had been using the tritium data, for instance, to recharge an area several years ago, and that they saw their water levels go up as a result of identifying some of those areas using the data that was collected by the GAMA program. So it's out there. I think some of the more savvy water managers have been using the information that's been provided. You know, the work that the USGS and Livermore Labs in the past had done with respect to age dating, a lot of interaction with the water districts on that level as well. So beyond just that initial interaction to where they voluntarily have their wells sampled, for instance, to test for these particular constituents, and now having it in a format where people have easy access to it, is a testimony to staff working on that, working hard to make it more easily available. Honestly, that tritium data took quite a bit of work to put it in a format to where people could access it easily. When we initially had that, it was not. So I'd just like to point that out. But thank you for those words. And we, you know, if anybody else from my team wants to add to that, Scott, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Well, yeah, just the shout out to Floodmar. We are engaging with them and keeping track of that. And one of the things that have come out with water quality and Floodmar is not just transport of contaminants potentially from the surface water to the groundwater, but also geochemical interactions that can, say, if you take even clean flood water and recharge an aquifer, there could be geochemical reactions that end up producing or mobilizing arsenic or chromium or metals. And so we are starting an effort to mine geochemical data out of the database that we have, and that ends up being a bigger task than we thought. But we're you know, taking all the data we have and calling out the data that's of high enough quality that you could actually characterize its geochemistry. And that would end up kind of like a tritium tool where you can go to a place and learn at least all that we have in terms of data for the water geochemistry, and that could be a factor to consider when you're doing a Floodmar project, for example. We're also just keeping track of that effort to see what water quality concerns, other water quality concerns there might be with Floodmar, and just tracking it to respond to what might come up there.
Great, thank you. Very excited to hear about that. I'm looking forward to learning more as we go forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, you know, it certainly on that applies to Floodmar, but also just any groundwater recharge. And I think of the, you know, activities happening in Los Angeles around stormwater capture and recharge. And there too is a question and concern of constituents, and there may be more concern from the actual source water insofar as the, you know, stormwater flows, but still just as relevant. I just want to plus up all the board members' points and questions, and just say, for me, I think what it does speak to perhaps is first a question: how is this work funded? Can you get us a better sense of how it is that we're doing currently what I would say is some pretty central and core work to so many of our programs and activities? And so maybe just Mr. Workovich, if you can give us a sense of where the dollars are coming from for this work, And then I have a point further from there.
Yes, the funding for the GAMA program historically has been from the WDPF, the Waste Discharge Permit Fund. And so the portion of the fees that dischargers pay gets into that fund. There was for a time during the early 2000s, there was bond funding associated with from Prop 50 at the time, but the funding comes from the WDPF currently.
So, Chair Escobar, this is Jonathan Bishop. Just like our surface water ambient program, our groundwater ambient program is part of our core regulatory. And so a portion of all of our discharges to groundwater are used to support that program.
That's helpful. And just to get a sense then of the how much then goes to sort of GAMA on a yearly basis.
Would you like me to take that?
Yes, go right ahead, Dory.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
No problem. I manage the contracts that we do with USGS, and that's where the main majority funding that comes to run the GAMA program comes from. So total for all programs, all agreements that we would do in the GAMA program, that's 4.3 million per fiscal year. 3.8 of that goes towards USGS to implement the Priority Basin project, which is the big statewide project that we all hear about. That's the big publicity part. But we've had other agreements with Lawrence Livermore. They did the age dating work. CSU, East Bay, we're doing some work with them right now in the Butte County area. But total 4.3 per year.
I appreciate that. And, you know, really when it comes to, again, the importance of the work, it is a small price to pay, I think, ultimately. I'm glad to get a sense of the cost. I guess for me, it certainly speaks to, I think, you know, when it comes to how we organize resources from the outside, and there I'm talking about interest from NGOs, you know, other sort of in-kind discussions that can happen in this space. I think to the Vice Chair's sort of question or sort of prodding, maybe better formalizing some of those interactions. And I guess my question around what dollars we currently receive is really that to do that sort of work, it does require dollars or resources to have, we'll say, a more structured external facing engagement where, you know, projects are being prioritized, new data sets are being identified, and we're really, you know, being maybe a little less ad hoc and more structured in how the GAMA program sort of engages with external folks. And so, you know, what I would just ask, and maybe is for a point of follow-up then, is maybe some further thought about how we might structure further engagement from GAMA to be able to leverage maybe external sources, resources, discussion, expertise in a way that really, if not, you know, if we're not going to find additional dollars or resources, which I think we know, particularly in this economic downturn space, is going to be challenging. You know, figuring out how we, I guess, maximize those external resources or discussions, and better formalize some of the engagement from staff. And maybe it's a, you know, an advisory committee of some sort. I don't know. And I know when it comes to the Water Monitoring Council and, you know, some of the other, there's structures I know that are tied to GAMA, along with SWAMP, the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, and others that can do some of that work. I guess let's try to better articulate it, if anything else. So if that's helpful.
Right, and there was, I'd like to follow up on that point, and thank you for bringing that up, Chair Escobar. What we failed to mention is that there is that structure within GAMA already. It was legislated in. We do have an advisory committee that we meet with regularly, and we pose those questions on what studies to pursue, et cetera. So we can use that committee as that platform possibly to push that forward.
That's great. And I think that you've heard, you know, from the Vice Chair and all the other board members, a great interest in some of that. So I encourage you as those agendas and next engagements are developed, to shoot it off to us, but then also allow us to continue to sort of magnify the attention or otherwise sort of participation, and continue to call out that space as a place that we're looking to, again, maximize what are these really incredible opportunities that we have to utilize the data sets we already have, but more importantly, data sets that others have, and the integration therein and the better decision making I think that we're all trying to get toward, both in the SIGMA context, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and its implementation, but also the other programs at the boards and that many others are mindful of. So just thank you to staff again. Any other follow-up questions or comments from board members? Hearing none. Well, thank you again. Much appreciated, Mr. Borkovich, and all the staff.
All right. Thank you very much.
We're going to be approaching 11 o'clock. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we will transition to our informational item number 9, which is on harmful algal blooms. So going from groundwater quality to surface water consideration. So let's go and take, again, a 10-minute break. And so we'll come back at 11:05. Well, it's 11:05. I think we'll be soon to start here. We'll wait for fellow board members and a few more folks to pop in.
Sounds good. And Chair Escobar, just so the staff on item 9, the harmful algal blooms item, they've all been elevated to co-host, and so they now have control over their microphones and cameras.
Good thing we trust them all.
Have you looked at the list of staff?
Well, welcome back, everyone. Thanks. Hope everyone had a nice quick break. We do have a relatively light agenda today, so it's nice to actually be able to take the time with today's meeting a bit. So appreciated. And what we are now moving on to is our update on the Water Board's efforts to address the impact of freshwater harmful algal blooms, or HABs, on water quality. And just to kick off and note and thank again, not unlike in the GAMA space, here too is a lot of great quiet work that the Water Board has been undertaking, along with even leadership from the legislature and interest there. And just, really when thinking back on some of the work in GAMA and then particularly here, I try to think back on what is a 21st century regulatory agency look like? What are the sorts of tools or activities that we need to be undertaking? And it's all within this space. So I just want to acknowledge the good work that I know Greg Gerhardt and his team and others have done here in this emerging space of harmful algal blooms, and blooms we know with climate change will become unfortunately more frequent. And so this work is timely. And so thanks again to Greg, and we'll let you then take the other.
Great. Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. My name is Greg Gerhardt. I'm Deputy Director for Information Management and Analysis, and I will be introducing the team that's going to actually give the presentation. So this is an information item that's updating on the Water Board's collective efforts. This is a program that truly touches almost every part of the organization at the Water Boards and requires coordination of all those pieces to address freshwater and estuary harmful algal blooms in California. The office that I oversee, Information Management and Analysis, together with the Division of Drinking Water, the Division of Water Quality, and all the regional boards, collectively work on addressing these impacts through both event response and some proactive monitoring and other development work. So we will be discussing all of that. We will also be describing some of the impacts that the Assembly Bill 834, signed in September 2019, into statute will have as it impacts the program. And then following the staff presentation, there will be a presentation from our tribal partner agency. They will address some of the impacts from their perspective, as well as provide some suggestions and directions. So in order of speaking, we will first lead off with Keith Bauma-Gregson, environmental scientist in the Office of Information Management and Analysis, followed by Marissa Van Dyke, environmental scientist, also in the Information Management and Analysis Office. Both Keith and Marissa lead the state water, or the statewide program. And then following that will be Stefan Kahina from the North Coast Section Chief as Division of Drinking Water. We do have members from the Division of Water Quality available to answer questions, but they're not planning to present. So that's Karen Mogus and Rebecca Fitzgerald, and they will be available to address questions about the water quality standards. Following that, there will be two presenters and a panel. Sarah Ryan from Deputy Tribal Administrator, EPA for Big Valley and Pomo Indians, and then Susan Fricky is the Water Quality Manager for the Crook Tribe, Department of Natural Resources. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Keith.
And Keith, before you get going, this is Michael Loffer. We are having a few issues with the video or the audio and video feed coming into the coastal hearing room. And so if folks can be sure to speak slowly and enunciate, at least for me, when I check over for those participating in the Zoom, it doesn't seem to be an issue, but it seems to be unique to the hearing room. But what's important is the hearing room broadcasts it back out onto the webcast. So if folks can just slow down for their presentations and speak very clearly, that will help with the ability for folks following on the webcast to listen in and follow.
Okay. Thank you. Please feel free to interrupt me if I'm still not articulating and enunciating clearly. Um, thank you, Chair Escobar and the board members for allowing us to present this item to you all. And thanks, Greg, for that introduction. As Greg mentioned, my name is Keith Bama Gregson, and I'll be co-presenting with my colleague, Marissa Van Dyke.
Hi, this is Marissa Van Dyke.
And we'll be swapping off presenting slides in this. And so you can go to the next slide, please. Oh, back one more. Thank you. Great. So we'll begin with a brief overview on harmful algal blooms, and then we'll be describing the statewide program with our focus on both recreational and drinking water response. And lastly, we'll be describing some of the work we are doing to address the mandates of the AB 834 bill that was signed by Governor Newsom in September of 2019. You can go to the next slide. So as all of you know, we have a lot of diverse aquatic ecosystems in California, from the alpine streams and lakes of the Sierra to the coastal rivers flowing through the redwood and Douglas fir forests. However, you've probably heard the phrase, whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting over. And in California, as in many other parts of the world, water is a limiting resource. And as populations grow, anthropogenic alterations to watersheds are degrading water quality and aquatic ecosystem health. And since rivers and lakes are collection points in the landscape, they are particularly sensitive to these anthropogenic impacts. And so it's no surprise that these systems are struggling when you see that water extractions, dams, nutrient pollution, invasive species, harvesting have all increased throughout the 20th century. Next slide, please. And so one of the additional consequences of these anthropogenic modifications to aquatic ecosystems is an increase in harmful algal blooms, or HABs. And HABs in freshwater are often caused by cyanobacteria, which you can see there in the top right of the slide. Cyanobacteria, or blue-green algae, are a photosynthetic bacteria that are present in aquatic systems across the world. And they usually persist at low biomass, but under certain environmental conditions, they can bloom and begin to degrade the ecosystem. Next slide. Now, cyanobacterial mats deserve special attention because they are quite different from the open water blooms that are in lakes that you saw on the previous slide. In both rivers and lakes, but especially in wadable rivers, cyanobacteria can also grow as mats attached to the rocks, cobbles, and sand. And we refer to these as benthic mats because they grow in the benthic or bottom habitat of the water body. And as you can see in these images, these have quite a different look compared to the open water blooms and lakes that form that familiar pea soup or spilled paint look. Instead, these mats can grow when the rest of the river water looks quite clear and pristine. And this creates some messaging challenges for us because much of the language used to communicate to the public about HABs doesn't really apply as well to these benthic mats. Next slide, please. And so harmful algal blooms have many different impacts. They can change the physical conditions of the water body and the way it functions, which can then negatively impact other organisms, such as when dissolved oxygen levels drop and cause fish to die. The blooms degrade the aesthetics of a water body and can produce taste and odor compounds. And most consequentially, cyanobacteria produce toxins, which are dangerous to humans and animals. And so taken together, these impacts degrade a variety of beneficial uses, ranging from recreation, drinking water, agriculture, tribal uses, subsistence fishing, and aquatic life. Next slide, please. And so here in California, we have HABs all over the state. You can see in this table that the number of voluntary reports submitted to our office has increased each year since the program began in 2016. On the map, I've highlighted some of the notable blue locations that characterize the diversity of HABs across the state. So first, blooms span the entire north to south expanse of the state, from the Oregon border, where blooms occur in the reservoirs of the Klamath River, down to the Mexico border, where blooms occur in reservoirs and urban parks in San Diego. They also cross a large elevation gradient from blooms near the coast, such as Pinto Lake, which sends cyanotoxins into Monterey Bay, to blooms greater than 6,000 feet in the Sierra Nevada, such as Lake Crowley, one of the reservoirs in the Los Angeles water system. We find blooms in urban and rural areas, human-made reservoirs, and natural lakes. In the North Coast, cyanobacteria in rivers are relatively common, such as in the Eel and Russian rivers. And then in Southern California, cyanotoxins have been found in almost all coastal estuaries, and there has been pretty extensive research into cyanobacteria at the land-sea interface here in California. And they also occur in every month of the year, though they do peak in abundance during the summer. Next slide. And so let's address the thing that makes the blooms harmful, namely the toxins. Cyanobacteria make dozens of different types of molecules that are toxic to humans, pets, livestock, and other animals. You can see the molecular diversity of these toxins in the figure below. And if you go on to count all the variants on these main molecular forms, the number jumps into the hundreds. And so these toxins are generally divided into 4 toxicological categories that affect the skin, liver, kidneys, or nervous system. And then humans and dogs and pets are exposed to cyanobacteria through 3 routes: the skin, ingestion, and inhalation. Contact with cyanobacterial cells can lead to skin irritation and skin rashes, but the toxin molecules themselves can't pass through your skin. So therefore, ingestion is the most common form of acute poisoning. And dogs and children are most at risk because they're more likely to unintentionally or intentionally drink bloom water or eat cyanobacterial mats. Inhalation is a more recent field of study. We do know that cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins can get aerosolized and inhaled, but the effects of this pathway are still not very well understood, though they have received pretty recent renewed research attention. And so this concludes a brief overview of HABs, and I'll now hand it over to Marissa for the next portion of our presentation.
Thank you, Heath, and thank you, Greg, for the introduction. This is Marissa Van Dyke, and I'll continue the narration of the presentation and then hand it back to Keith. So now that we've described what HABs are and how they impact water quality and public health, let's revisit the timeline of HABs response in California. Next slide. Here's a list of some notable moments in HAB history in California. In the 1970s, Clear Lake experienced frequent HABs, and UC limnologists Alex Horn and Charles Goldman did some of the foundational work on cyanobacteria ecology and physiology in this lake and in California. In the 2000s, blooms in reservoirs on the Klamath River in Northern California were noticed, sending microcystis-dominated blooms downstream and into the tribal reservations. These events began to be monitored by the Yurok and Klamath tribes in the Basin, with the support also from the regional water boards. These events and awareness generated by the tribes and Regional Board 1 elevated the HABs issue within water quality agencies in California, and that issue still has not gone away. As a result of the Klamath River blooms and a lack of state agency resources being directed to the topic, in 2006, the California Cyano-HAB Network, or CCHAB for short, was formed. This is an inter-entity group of stakeholders designed to facilitate the coordination and standardization of data collection and public health guidance for HABs. Later in 2014, this network became a formal work group under the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. Then in 2016, the first SWAMP FHABs strategy document was released, which created a roadmap for developing the FHABs program. This is when formal tracking of blooms started at the water boards. And last year, Governor Newsom signed the HABs Assembly Bill, formalizing the FHAB program. Next slide, please. In 2016, when HABs tracking began in the water board, the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, or SWAMP for short, was designated as the lead group to address HABs at the agency. SWAMP provides water quality resource makers in the public. The FHABs program is focused on freshwater HAB event response to protect recreational safety. However, we do connect with drinking water issues when recreational and drinking water uses overlap at a water body. Given the frequency and multifaceted impacts of HABs, it's really no surprise to see the magnitude of entities populating the HABs landscape in California. The figure on the right shows the central role that the SWAMP FHABS program plays in communicating with other state agencies to track and update FHAB procedures and to communicate that information out towards the left on that figure to CCHAB network members and other relevant agencies. I'm ready to hand the presentation back to Keith to describe the present HABS program development. Next slide.
Great, thanks, Marissa. And so you can see that within that HABS landscape that Marissa just showed you all, the SWAMP FHABS program has been implementing the recommendations that were laid out in that 2016 strategy document, which was co-written by the State Board and the Southern California Coastal Watershed Research Project, or SWRP. And so we'll now describe the elements and efforts of this program to address HABs that have been created since 2016. Next slide. So the work of the FHABS program can be summarized by these 4 key questions: where are HABs, how to stay safe, how are advisories issued and communicated, and how can we collect samples. Next slide. And so one of the, so to answer the question, where are HABs, we have created an interactive statewide map and data dashboard, which was launched in 2016, that displays all the HAB reports that are submitted to the water boards. And this map and the associated data are presented prominently on the portal. And so the HABS portal is hosted by the Water Quality Monitoring Council and is our website where we try to put all our resources and make that the one-stop shop for all things HABs related within the agency. Now, these reports are voluntary and anyone can submit reports. So that includes the public, state agencies, or other entities. And then each dot on the map to the right represents an individual report, and then the details are provided in pop-up windows. Reports submitted by the public undergo follow-up investigation by state board and regional board staff to confirm the status of the bloom, and then the details of the investigations and bloom status are then updated on the map. In addition to our bloom reports map, we also have a satellite imagery map that was developed to support water managers and agencies responding to bloom events. And so satellite algorithms have been developed by satellites that are able to estimate the abundance of cyanobacteria in the surface of water bodies. And so our map displays processed satellite imagery for about the 250 largest lakes, reservoirs, and channels within the state. And then this satellite imagery informs where the cyanobacterial blooms are developing and can help staff prioritize where field crews should go out for field assessments, and also allows you to track the changing bloom conditions from your computer without actually having to get out into the field. So it's a very useful tool. Next slide. Now, the satellite imagery is quite a powerful data set, but we do know that the satellite algorithms are not perfect. And so federal scientists have been undertaking efforts to evaluate the accuracy of these algorithms. And so, for example, this is done by comparing sample data from water samples that are collected in the field with the satellite data imagery collected on that same day. And so given the diverse environments of HABs across California that we previously discussed, our program is also working with some of these federal scientists to collect our field verification data. And so here I am in the center collecting data from last summer, which are then going in to generate plots like the one at the bottom right, where you can see the satellite data on the x-axis and then the field data on the y-axis. And so from the data we collect, we are looking to be able to improve our understanding about which types of water bodies the satellite algorithm is performing quite well at, and then which are the water bodies where it doesn't quite perform as well and where we need to interpret our satellite data a little bit more cautiously. And so last, I also want to emphasize that we've received assistance from many different entities for this project. Some of them have granted us access to water bodies and even supported us with boat time. And so this has been a great partner building project for us in our office. Next slide, please. And now I'll be passing it off to Marissa again to describe some additional aspects of our program.
Thanks, Keith. This is Marissa again. So in addition to tracking HAB locations, in 2018, we also began tracking HABs-related illnesses in California. So the reports that we collect are submitted to the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention's One Health HABs database, or OHABs for short. The concept of One Health recognizes the frequent coupling of human, animal, and environmental health issues. For example, animals often act as sentinels for potential illnesses in people. The Illness Working Group that we recently established consists of staff from 4 agencies who do additional follow-up investigations to prepare the report for the OHABs database. In 2018 and 2019, we reported to the OHABs database illnesses from 18 counties across the state, as depicted in that map on the lower right. To help prevent such illnesses from occurring, we have developed many resources and web pages to help inform people on best practices for reducing risks from HABs. Some of the resources are targeted. Oh, sorry, can you do the next slide? Sorry about that. Some of the resources is depicted here just in some small snapshots are targeted for specific groups such as pet owners, medical professionals, and animal veterinarians. Our goal is to have people maintain healthy water habits when recreating outdoors to prevent exposure to cyanotoxins. Next slide, please. Advisories and bloom notifications are one of the primary ways we are trying to protect public health through this program. This is a topic that is central to the FHABs program, Incident Response Guidance. Next slide. All right. A consistent process to issue advisories was not available prior to 2016, and there was a need for standardized recreational posting guidelines and messaging on signs. Therefore, the CCAB network that we described earlier convened an interagency committee to develop standardized advisory guidance and signs. And then we partnered with the California Department of Public Health to field test those signs. The final guidance and signs were published in 2016, and we have small snapshots of those materials on the slide here. A tiered framework was instituted within this guidance that provides increasingly protective advisories. Caution is lowest, then warning, and then danger are issued as cyanotoxin concentrations increase in a water body. In responding to a bloom, samples are collected and the cyanotoxin concentrations in the sample are compared to the trigger level thresholds, and then the appropriate advisory is issued. The FHABs program has been implementing this CCHAB guidance since 2016. Next slide, please. To address the complex issue of cyanobacterial mats, as Keith described earlier, dedicated public messaging and response guidance has been developed. This was adopted by the CCHAB network in early 2020 and will be available on the California HABs portal very soon. The content is going to include educational webpage about toxic algal mats and a second webpage providing posting guidance to responding agencies. The signs depicted here on the bottom include a general awareness sign and a benthic trigger sign that's equivalent to that caution sign shown earlier. There's also a decision tree that provides guidance for posting and deposting steps, as well as providing guidance for circumstances of co-occurring planktonic HABs, or that surface dwelling HABs. In addition, we are the first state in the nation to have algal mat signage, as we described here, and we're sharing this nationally. Next slide. So implementing the CCAB guidance involves many entities and steps, as shown in this chart. The process starts up on the top of the chart with an initial report that is sent to the state reporting system and interagency task force. This is then displayed on the web map we described earlier so that the public can have an up-to-date picture of where HABs are occurring around the state. The water board's role, shown on the mid to left portion, is to lead coordination of the response and communicate with local entities such as water and recreational managers, as well as local health agencies, and commonly also a local coordinator. The potential HAB may impact both recreational and source waters. The State Board's Division of Drinking Water leads that response with the water purveyors. And also, if a suspected human or animal illness is connected to the report that comes into our system, then there's an interagency illness work group that we introduced earlier, including OWIHA, Public Health, and Fish and Wildlife, that provides additional follow-up investigations to support that larger effort. Next slide, please. towards, how do we collect samples? So reports of suspected plumes triggers an initial field assessment and sample collection for lab analysis. These are coordinated with local agencies, and if they're not able to, then the water board staff may do that assessment depending on their available resources. To ensure that samples and data are collected in an effective manner to inform public health decisions, SWAMP developed a standardized procedures document in the Freshwater HABs Field Guide. It's posted on the California HABs portal, and it's designed for non-scientists to conduct field assessments. Next, please. Here are some snapshots of the guide, and it shows some of the materials, including health and safety guidance, standardized procedures for site recon and bloom identification, as well as procedures for sample collection. All the data that's collected is shared on pre-made forms, and to help organizations find labs that can perform HAB analysis, there's a list of laboratories that are available across the country. Next slide, please. Thank you. Central to our work in the FHABs program is an effective communication and outreach strategy that's been implemented with our small team. We coordinate workshops with regional boards to engage with and train partner agencies, as well as some other organizations such as local health agencies, water body managers, citizen groups, and non-governmental organizations. We provide training on the response and advisory process, as well as hands-on demonstrations of field investigations following that field guide, and also microscopy identification. The map on the right shows locations of our past 35 outreach events that we have conducted in the past few years. In addition, we participate with other US EPA regions to communicate information and lessons learned for HABs nationally. This is a really helpful collaboration effort. Next slide, please.
Marissa, sorry to interrupt, but if someone is watching now and wants to get involved, is all the information that they need to find available at the HABs portal and website?
Oh, that's a good question. Yes. So on the California HABs portal, it's under mywaterquality.ca.gov. You can contact us, Keith and I, under the state agency contacts. We're depicted there quite prominently in the table there to get into contact with us. And also some folks use the report a bloom function and going to the HAB hotline to also get in contact with us. Our FHAB team, or Freshwater Harmful Algal Bloom team, monitors the HAB hotline as well.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, of course. All right, so with this material here, with the responsive coordination, as part of that incident response process that we described, source water protection is essential. The Division of Drinking Water's leadership involves a coordinated approach with the water purveyors statewide to address cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins. Fawn Kikina will continue the presentation with a drinking water perspective. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Marissa. And if we can have the next slide. Okay, and I also am so impressed by Keith, who seems to be presenting from the bottom of the Klamath River, really kind of outdoing us all in the way of teleworking. So good job, Keith. And I'll be looking into how to create my own fancy background. So for drinking water, we are a little bit latecomers to this. For regulatory agencies, the recreational and environmental exposure, as you've seen, has really been the primary focus for several decades now. And it really is where the public eye usually comes to this, with beach closures, dog deaths, and so on. So the drinking water community has focused a lot more on taste and odor impacts of algal blooms, not to mention the impact that they can have on treatment processes. And there's been a background awareness of the toxicity issues, but really up until about the middle of this decade, when these blooms seemed to be becoming more prevalent and we started having more national recognition, water systems finally kind of got the clue that this was going to be something we all had to take seriously. So the Division of Drinking Water had been tracking this in Clear Lake in particular. We did a couple of limited studies at Clear Lake water treatment plants about their treatment effectiveness for removing toxins. And then in August 2014, we had the event in Toledo, Ohio, where that whole city had to be under a do not drink notice because toxins had made it through the treatment process at their treatment plant there on Lake Erie, and were present in the drinking water. That really kicked everybody into high gear. And so in 2015, US EPA released health advisories, which we'll discuss in a minute. And they also started really working hard to develop guidance for public water systems to address HAZs. Things got kicked up, I would say, another notch in May 2018 when Salem, Oregon had a do not drink order that really lasted on and off for several weeks, due again to toxins making it through their treatment process and being detected in their finished water. Next slide, please. So the drinking water health advisories are a tool that US EPA uses, and they are non-regulatory concentrations at which adverse health effects are not expected to occur. So in June 2015, EPA issued drinking water health advisories for 2 of the toxins, total microcystins and cylindrous spermopsin. Again, they are not legally enforceable and they can change if new information comes out. Next slide. So here's a table that shows you both the drinking water and recreational levels that are currently in play. And for drinking water, you'll see that for microcystins, there's a 2-tiered health advisory, 0.3 micrograms per liter for children under 6 and 1.3 micrograms for everybody else. For cylindrous spermopsin, similarly, it's 2-tiered, 0.7 for children under 6 and 3 micrograms per liter for everybody else. The other thing I would point your attention to here is anatoxin A and saxitoxin are listed on the slide. EPA did not propose health advisory numbers for those toxins, but it's not because they're not an issue. We know that they occur in water bodies around the country, and we know that they are potentially dangerous. EPA just did not feel it had enough information to pursue numbers at this time for those 2 toxins. Next slide, please. Along with the health advisories, EPA published recommendations for public water systems to manage cyanotoxins. Next slide. And the cornerstone of those recommendations is that water systems develop a cyanotoxin management plan, which is a stepwise approach focusing on monitoring, treatment, and communication. Now, the good news here is that if you look at the first couple of, really the first 2.5 steps of this approach, source water assessment, monitoring, looking for early warning signs, increased monitoring in the raw water, a lot of that is already in place. And you've seen a lot of it today through what the Freshwater HABs program is doing. So through the work of everybody that participates in that, and including the tribes, especially in places like Clear Lake, water systems already have a ton of information that they can draw on to help do their vulnerability assessment and get an idea of whether they need to be concerned about toxins in the water they are treating. Next slide, please. The Division of Drinking Water deals with this as part of our normal field operations workload. We don't have a dedicated staff or really a so-called program for HABs, but we do look at it as part of what we have to do in the normal course of working with public water systems and making sure that they have a safe, reliable water supply. We don't have any specific authority to require action from the water systems in response to the health advisories, but we know we can't ignore the threat. And so we have for the last several years been recommending that water systems observe the health advisories, and in particular that they pay attention to EPA's recommendations. We are doing our best to collaborate with water systems and help them with things like cyanotoxin management plan development, hazard assessment, evaluating their treatment, doing public workshops with them, and that kind of thing. And lastly, as part of our overall regulatory strategy, we are considering establishing notification levels for several of the toxins, and in particular the 4 that we mentioned on the slide that showed the health advisories. Next slide, please. So the the other good news is that we're not alone in this, and this slide is just kind of a more visually boring way of presenting what was in the response and coordination slide you saw earlier. But the only point I want to make is that there are a lot of other parties involved here, and we have been partnered with them throughout. First, in this slide, we put local health and environmental health, because anytime one of these events becomes a problem, even at the recreational level, those entities are involved. And if we ever get to a drinking water related event, it is going to be a heavy responsibility on local health to help work through the response to that. So obviously, public water systems are partners, other water board divisions, the regions, fellow state agencies like Department of Public Health, emergency response organizations, water body managers, and then a lot of partners in the monitoring sector of this. Next slide. As far as drinking water impacts go, you see a lot of press attention, usually starting about this time of year. We certainly get the news when something big happens in another part of the country. Let's move along to the next slide. But despite what you see in the press, you can go to the next one. Despite what you see in the press, and despite recognition that this really is a significant emerging issue in source waters all around California, I do want to be clear that to date, we do not have any known drinking water health impacts. And we have very few detections in treated water. In fact, the only episode in California I'm aware of where we detected toxins in finished drinking water was at Pyramid Lake in 2016, where there's a small package treatment plant that serves the visitor center there. So they did detect toxins, microcystin, in their finished water, and they were able to deal with that just by shutting down and turning off their drinking fountains. But we don't have that happening so far in our community water systems or our larger systems that have more robust treatment systems, even when there have been confirmed toxins in their raw water. Now, the caveat is that the data set is very limited. Some water systems, especially some of the larger ones and the wholesalers, monitor extensively, but others not so much. And the other limitation is that we do not yet have a statewide drinking water database for cyanotoxin results. Consciousness is growing. Water systems with obvious source water impacts are starting to recognize the value of having information and being able to respond to these events and inform their customers. And some water systems can be proactive and avoid drawing water that's affected, at least temporarily. Of course, treatment can be optimized for toxin removal, and a growing body of tools are available to help water systems do that through EPA, American Water Works Association, and others. Next slide. To close out, I just want to mention some of the challenges with public communication. These are not regulated compounds, and we don't know for sure if a given water system will be ready to notify its customers, even if a health advisory level were exceeded. Then there's that two-tiered health advisory with one number for very young children and another number for everybody else. We're not sure that the public will respond well if we tell them that the water is unsafe for their kids, but everybody else can drink it. How do we communicate that cyanotoxins are a threat, but we don't have an MCL yet, and we don't have any particular required response from the water systems? One thing we've been really actively communicating to water systems is that if they can be proactive about this, it might help them when it really comes to the crunch. Is it ever too early to inform customers about this issue and what the utility is doing to help manage it? Could they use tools like their consumer confidence reports, town hall meetings, and even the news media to help educate customers and gather feedback? And of course, US EPA and the industry are continuing to develop risk communication tools as well. So that's the end of my part of this, and we will turn it back to Keith.
Great, thanks, Stefan. Yeah, thank you for that great overview of the work that Division of Drinking Water is doing. And so this concludes our portion where we've gone over kind of the present status and elements of the program. And so we hope we provided a nice clear picture of how the program's developed since 2016 and our efforts to address these key themes related to environmental and health protection. So if we go to the next slide. And so now we want to turn our attention to the future to describe some of the projects that we're working on to address the AB 834 HABs bill that Marissa introduced to you earlier in the presentation. Okay, next slide. So last fall, Assembly Bill 834 was signed by Governor Newsom, which established a formal freshwater and estuarine HAB program at the state. And this is a pretty significant moment for HABs in California, as it made our existing program now a formal program, as we call it our capital P program now, with opportunities to obtain dedicated funds and staff. This is because up until now, our SWAMP FHAB program has been developed by borrowing funds and staff from other priorities. So the bill directs the water boards to lead this new FHABs program in coordination with many different entities. And the program objectives mandated in the bill include coordinating immediate and long-term event response and ensuring thorough communication of HABs risks, conducting monitoring and assessment at multiple scales, the statewide, regional, and water body scale, to track the status and trends of blooms and to help identify at-risk water bodies in California. Additionally, it mandates supporting applied research and tool development to better inform management decisions. And lastly, performing outreach and education, maintaining a centralized website, and managing the HABs data that comes in. And so some of these mandates are already addressed by the current program, such as event response and outreach, while other mandates need to be developed. Next slide. And so, for example, we don't have a state coordinated monitoring program for HABs as the bill mandates. However, in 2019, the FHAB program began working with the Southern California Coastal Watershed Research Project, or SWRCB, to develop an FHAB monitoring research strategy. And the goal is to put together a strategy for how statewide monitoring for HABs could be implemented. And key to this strategy will be the integration of 4 different types of HABs data: satellite imagery data, event response data, which we are currently collecting, voluntary monitoring data from non-state entities, such as citizen groups, and lastly, a state-led monitoring effort. And so we're currently writing this report with SWRCB, and the final version will be released later this year. And all recommendations in the report will be dependent on new funding. And so obtaining this funding will be the next step once this report is finalized. Next step, or next slide. And so with the potential for much more data to be coming into our office, we are also undergoing a database modernization project. The current database was put together pretty rapidly in 2016 at the start of the program. And so now, 4 years later, as the program has grown, this current data structure is not fully meeting our needs. And so we hope that with this new database, it will be able to improve the efficiency of our response by making communication much easier between staff and the other entities involved in response. And we're also particularly excited that this project involves collaboration with 2 nonprofits, the Internet of Water and the Chesapeake Commons. And these 2 groups work with state agencies and nonprofits across the nation. And the mission of both these groups is to improve the ease and efficiency of the collection, management, and dissemination of water-related data. Next slide. And the second goal of this modernization effort is to be able to include data from more diverse partners in our database. So as I mentioned in the monitoring strategy, that we are going to hopefully be including and using more data from non-state entities in our web maps and status and trends assessments. And so some of the key tasks for the Internet of Water and Chesapeake Commons are to help us design a data structure that is flexible enough to receive data from multiple types of entities that might range from tribal governments to volunteer citizen science groups, so that these data can then be used by agency staff and the public. And so once again, I'll hand it back to Marissa to continue addressing these future and additional efforts we're currently working on.
Thanks, Keith. This is Marissa again, and I'm going to wrap up our last section by continuing to look forward to potential policy and regulatory standard developments. Can you go back 1 slide, please? Great, next slide, thank you. There's a little lag on my end. Next slide, please. Thank you. It just caught up with me. Thank you. All right. So as you've heard in this presentation from Keith and I and Stefan, most of the FHAB program is voluntary and it's relying on strong partnerships that we're building. This is because there's no federal or state numeric regulatory standards on the books for cyanotoxins in drinking and recreational waters, as well as few regulatory standards for fish consumption as well. The approved Assembly bill that established the formal program that we've described did not mandate development of regulatory standards within that bill. Last year, there was also another related HAB bill, Assembly Bill 835, which did not get approved last year, but would have required the water boards to establish HAB-related standards. And looking forward, we also are not aware of any other legislative or agency efforts to establish numeric standards for cyanotoxins. Next slide, please. All right. So, however, the State Water Board is developing regulations for control of nutrients, a driver of HAB proliferation, and are also applying the existing narrative standards and basin plans to collectively apply this to help regulate sources of HABs. The existing basin plans include 2 narrative water quality objectives that apply to cyanoHABs. These include the toxicity objective, specifically that there should be no toxics and toxic amounts, and objectives for biostimulatory substances, specifically no biostimulatory substances in concentrations that promote aquatic growth that can cause nuisance or affect other beneficial uses. These narrative objectives are the foundation of many of the regulatory actions that we interpret these objectives from, with externally peer-reviewed data in our 303D water quality assessments. Next slide. So examples of some of the numeric thresholds for cyanotoxins that can be used in these interpretations are shown in the tables here. Each table presents cyanotoxin thresholds for some of the commonly detected cyanotoxins in California and are protective of various uses, including recreation, drinking water, and fish consumption. The upper table presents the OWIHA levels, and the lower left table presents the CCHAB network levels that SWAMP has been implementing since 2016. And on the right presents the US EPA advisory levels and criteria that Stefan described earlier. Because we do not have numeric water quality objectives in place for cyanotoxins, we can use these available numeric thresholds to interpret the toxicity and biostimulatory objectives. Next slide, please. So past integrated reports included assessments of some of the available numeric thresholds that I just showed you. Therefore, we have several water bodies in the state impaired by cyanotoxins or cyanoHABs. Some examples include the Klamath Basin reservoirs near the Oregon border and Pinto Lake in Santa Cruz County. So we have fish consumption thresholds have been used in these assessments. As a result, majority of impairments are actually to the commercial beneficial use. In recent cycles of the integrated reports, they also used OWIHA levels and the US EPA levels to assess for the recreation and municipal beneficial uses. The 2018 integrated report that's going to be before the board later this year used some of these thresholds that I just described. Now looking towards the 2020 integrated report cycle, we have a lot more cyanotoxin data available to assess to an increase in the monitoring by the water boards, the FHAB program, and partners over the past few years. We are considering use of the CCHAB or OWIHA levels to determine impairment of recreational uses. In addition, the municipal beneficial use and others might be reviewed as well, and a final decision will be made soon. Next slide. Regarding regulatory standards development, many states, including California, are considering adoption of regulatory standards for HABs and toxins. The state board staff are evaluating how to incorporate HABs and cyanotoxins into planned regulations, specifically the planned biostimulatory and biological integrity amendment of the Inland Surface Waters Plan. The amendment would address biostimulatory conditions such as nutrient impacts that can cause HAB response in water bodies. It will also establish biological measures of health that also respond to biostimulatory substances. Then these regulations may also apply cyanotoxin thresholds to lakes and reservoirs. We have completed much of the scientific research to support this project and plan on starting developing policy options next year. Next slide, please. All right, so this concludes the State Water Board staff's presentation on the Freshwater Harmful Algal Bloom Program. I'd like to thank the board for dedicating time on the agenda for this program, and contact information for each division of the water boards that presented today are provided here. The informational item will continue with presentations from our co-presenters, Sarah Ryan of the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians and Susan Fricke of the Karuk tribe. So we'd like to stop here, and we are available for questions and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a number of just quick comments and questions, but I think maybe we should move on to the other component of the presentation, and then we can maybe wrap up with questions after.
Okay, Chair Esquivel, we're bringing up Ms. Ryan's presentation right now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Wonderful. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much for inviting us, and I'm really happy to be doing this presentation for you. My name is Sarah Ryan. I am the Deputy Tribal Administrator and Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and have worked for them for about 20 years. The tribe is located on the shores of Clear Lake, which is in Lake County. Clear Lake is the largest freshwater natural lake in the state of California. And I wanted to present today on the cyanotoxin monitoring programs on Clear Lake, but also to talk a little bit about water monitoring programs in the state of California, tribal water monitoring programs. Next slide, please. So my overview for the presentation is we're going to go a little bit into tribal water programs in California, a discussion of tribal beneficial uses, cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins as they relate to this topic today, the impacts of these things on beneficial uses, and then a little bit about our program on Clear Lake. Next slide, please. Just a reminder that the whole state of California, if you look at the prior to when settlers came, there were tribal entities throughout the full state of California. Right now, there are 109 federally recognized tribes that are located and have land in 34 counties in California. However, the tribal interests are throughout the full state. And when you look at the regional boards and the involvement of tribes in regional boards, they are involved in all the regional boards of the state. And we are very happy and thankful for the tribal coordinators that have recently been established to be working with the tribes throughout the state. And thank you very much for that. Next slide, please. Tribes are wonderful water quality data partners. First of all, their monitoring is about these things. They're watching for water quality that could be impacting the uses of their elders, of their children. They're looking at water quality that's impacting foods and fish that they eat, the plants and fish that they're used to eating, and that they want to teach their kids how to eat because their grandparents showed them. So their water quality data is very, very close to their hearts. More than half of the tribes in the state do have data that is in the Federal Water Quality Exchange, and it's queryable through the National Water Quality Portal. This is something that has been shared with the regional boards. There are not as many tribal cyanotoxin monitoring programs, but that's just at this point, maybe just because of opportunities. However, it is something that more and more tribes are very interested in becoming a part of. It's also important because when tribes are looking at the impacts to their uses, they have site-specific and time-specific uses of those waters. And so when there are impacts, it is very personal. They can't go to another water body to recreate. There are ceremonies and other things that have to happen at very specific sites. And so that's why it's also important for tribes to be involved in just being aware of the water quality issues throughout the state. I do want to just make a small point about the data that the tribes collect is required if it's from US EPA funded programs. It's required to go to those federal databases, excuse me, and not into CEDN. And we've asked the US EPA if the data could go into CEDN instead, or if they can help us with having funding to go into both databases. And there's some issues with that. So when these 305B assessments are happening, we want to make sure that the regional boards are looking at the data, the tribal data, and other federal data that is in the water quality exchange, and more than just what's in CEDN. That's recently started happening. We think it should happen all the time. Next slide, please. In 2017, as you know, your board adopted the definitions of tribal beneficial uses, which we are really pleased about. And thank you so much for putting the time and effort into being involved in that topic, and then also seeing the need for acknowledging it and approving it. These are the actual definitions. Tribes are now using these definitions at the regional level through triennial review projects, which hopefully will lead to amendments to the basin plans where they are located and where their interests are located. As you can see, it's relatively general definitions, and that will allow for tribes to identify specific uses that are occurring. Next slide, please. This is a survey that we have at Big Valley, and hopefully you can see that. That's one page out of several pages of the survey, where we're looking to get information about location, duration, frequency, and exposure of uses, so that this information can be integrated into numeric standards. As was mentioned in the previous presentation, we want to be able to have these numeric ranges in the basin plans that are protective of tribal uses. So we are looking at all of the different uses on Clear Lake and the regional waters here for the Big Valley Band, but also sharing this information and these surveys with other tribes in California in their hopes that they're going to use something similar, and work with the tribal beneficial uses work group that has been developed at the state, led by some of your staff. And just wanted to give you an example of a traditional uses survey. Next slide, please. Now, of course, Keith and Marissa provide a lot of information about cyanotoxins and cyanobacteria, but just wanted to throw a few slides up there just to orient how we're looking at it. So these are the top photo is a picture of Lingbia bloom on Clear Lake, which occurred in 2009, and then some microscopy of ours on the bottom of Dolichospermum. Cyanobacteria obviously are everywhere and are a natural part of our environment, but when you have blooms, it leads to a whole nother way of having to interact with the waters. And the fact that they are toxin producing, they can be toxin producing, is something that is very concerning to everybody who is interacting with those waters. Next slide, please. And just looking at cyanobacteria, not cyanotoxins, when you have, this is Clear Lake with Mount Canocti in the background, when you've got coves or shorelines or large parts of a water body that looks like that, you know that there's going to be impacts that are more than just toxin impacts. We have fish kills that happen on the lake regularly because when we have dying blooms, of course, questions about water safety, and the smell can be really intense depending on what kind of cyanobacteria it is. And of course, the drinking water systems have increased filtration and treatment costs when they have to be filtering that out of the drinking water. Next slide, please. A few pictures of some blooms on Clear Lake, Lingbia 2009 bloom, Ephamsomenon in 2014. Next slide. Fish kill happened in 2014. A lot of different species, as you can see, of all sizes, ages. Next slide. Some microscopy of ours, Dolichosporum and Amazonian. We are looking at the cyanobacteria samples. I'll be talking about our program, but we're looking at the cyanobacteria of the water samples to identify which toxins to be testing for. So the microscopy is really important. Next slide, please. This is one of my favorite microscopy photos I took of Microcystis and Dolichosporum. Very colorful design. It's art, actually. A little bit scary art. Next slide, please. So, of course, this was brought into in the earlier, discussed in the earlier presentations, but when we're talking about cyanotoxins, we are fortunately on Clear Lake, and my understanding is many water bodies in California are now using the signage on the state website that CCHAB is recommending to use. When the blooms were really starting up on Clear Lake in 2009, kind of the most recent iteration of them, there was not toxin testing happening, not for a couple of years. And then people started to use, the county started to use some field tests. But as was discussed in previous presentations, there's lab analysis that you really want to use to confirm your toxin levels. And cyanotoxins really have a huge impact from not only drinking water, I'll go into some other slides, but there's a lot of different routes of exposure for cyanotoxins. Next slide. We do use these suggested action levels in 6 cyanotoxin study of OEHA in 2012 as the chart of when impacts are heavy in the lake, in Clear Lake. And this is a handy chart of, you can see that even the intake of cattle for crust or water. These are all things, we have cattle in the lake, we've got cattle on the lake, we've got dogs in the lake. It's important to that OEHA did this study and have identified some action levels. So we use this quite often to see whether we're past these trigger things where we need to take action. Next slide, please. We also use this chart that is the water boards put together for cyanobacteria and known toxins. So when we see certain cyanobacteria in the lake, we'll know that certain cyanotoxins possibly should be tested for. So anybody who's starting a program can use these very handy resources. And the toxins are neurotoxins, dermatoxins, and hepatotoxins. Well, what we have in Clear Lake is mostly microcystis. This is just a screenshot of part of the chart, which is a liver toxin, or microcystis, which produces microcystin, which is a liver toxin or hepatotoxin. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about cyanotoxins' impacts on beneficial uses. Obviously, when you have animals that are used to swimming in the waters and there are toxins in there, they are at risk. And a lot of the deaths that we hear about are in rivers. We have had one death on Clear Lake, which is the public health officer has definitely linked to microcystin. But it's something that every year you're hearing about dogs that have been tested afterwards and found to be have died because of exposure to a neurotoxin or a liver toxin. So animal deaths is one of the impacts. Next slide, please. There's also human exposure. These are photos of some traditional activities that the tribes engage in. But as you know, there's also recreation, boating, swimming, things that happen that large water bodies that are used to offering to the public. So when you have toxins that are at levels that could make people ill, which we have had on Clear Lake, then you have to start developing a management plan to reduce those toxin levels and to reduce those blooms, because human exposure and the impacts of cyanotoxins is not acceptable. It's something that we have to do something about. Next slide, please. Drinking water. On Clear Lake, we actually have 60% of the residents get their drinking water from the lake itself. This picture is, this slide is, identifies the drinking water systems on the lake. There's 17 of them. Unfortunately, about half of them interact with our program to have their their intake water from the lake as well as their treated water tested for microcystins. And as Stefan mentioned earlier, it's only guidelines. There's no drinking water standards, but and there's also no recreational standards. However, we're at that time when you have water bodies in a state where there's a lot of beneficial uses, we need to take the lead and have those standards so that there's action and there's money behind it and there's solutions. When it's just suggested, it can go on for a long, long time without really taking action and reducing these issues. Clear Lake is more than 10 years into a nutrient TMDL. And we still have toxin issues that are quite intense. Next slide, please. Fish consumption is not something that's been thoroughly studied and the toxin levels in fish, but we did have a California or Cal EPA environmental justice grant where we looked at 10 different species of fish and shellfish on Clear Lake. What you see on this slide is within the red box are the toxin, the microcystin levels in the fish tissue, and where the stars are, if you can see that. One of them is the Clear Lake hitch, which is on the state endangered species list. And then some shellfish that have higher or elevated levels of microcystin. These are all things that our tribal members eat. And actually the tissue action level is for sports fish consumption. So when you're talking about subsistence consumption of fish and shellfish, then that action level will be much lower. So blooms and cyanotoxin issues on water bodies where people are going fishing and consuming that fish at subsistence levels is something that needs to be on everybody's radar. Next slide, please. So our monitoring program, as I mentioned, we started it because the blooms have been going on for several years lake-wide, and the tribes really wanted more information on it. They wanted to identify, sites that were workable for them, and also to be able to really look at all the different ways that tribal uses could be impacted. As I mentioned, we're 10 years into a nutrient TMDL, and these things are, fish kills and lake-wide blooms and elevated toxin levels well beyond the danger level are happening in multiple locations on the lake. So Big Valley Band of Poma Indians and Elam Indian Colony began the program in 2014 with various sources of funding. Next slide, please. It's a continually developing program, so I have a few highlights from each of the years. Starting in 2014, we did form a task force, which is made up of multiple agencies, local, regional, state, and federal. And we meet at least twice a year to look at the issues on the lake, to go over the results, and there's been a lot of projects that have formed from that. At that point in 2014, we only had 8 sites on the lake, and we were using both lab analysis, ELISA analysis, and Abraxas field strips, and that's a picture of the field strips to the right. That basically is a presence absence. 2015, we bumped it up to 18 shoreline sites. Clear Lake is 100 miles of shoreline. Started to do cyanobacteria cell identification, so we could really hone in on which toxins to send off for. And we began looking at all 4 main toxins of cyanobacteria. Next slide, please. In 2016, we began monitoring toxins in drinking water system using the ELISA equipment, and that was done by Elam Indian Colony. That is still continuing. The environmental director at Elam has left Elam and is now working with Kennedy Environmental and is doing toxin analysis of intake and treated water for microcystins, and for about 8 of the 18 systems on the lake. We started to, because of the nutrient TMDL, we wanted to look at chlorophyll A and phycocyanin, just additional water data, so that we could provide that information to the regional board, and start to do microcystin analysis at every site. In 2017, we moved to qPCR analysis, which is looking at toxin producing genes. And if you have, there is a correlation with higher the number of gene copy counts producing certain toxins, then it's more likely that you're going to have toxin detects there. So we're using that as a kind of surveillance tool in conjunction with toxin analysis. Next slide, please. through that, we actually found that there are some strains of Dolichospermum in the lake which do not seem to be producing toxins. So it's been a helpful tool for us. In 2018, we continued the program, but added the analysis of fish and shellfish from microcystin, and are also working with state agencies to get samples from other parts of the lake. On the slide is a picture of a sign that the County of Lake has put up in most of our sampling locations, as well as other public beaches. There is our website that shows the toxin levels. We've been putting our toxin levels for each of our sampling events on the bvrancheria.com website. And there's also the QR scan codes that people can go scan right to our website to see what the toxin levels are in different parts of the lake. Next slide. In 2019, we did look at and developed a graphic for the freshwater algal bloom project that's going on, and just looking at the pathways of when you have traditional uses occurring, like the different pathways where people could be exposed to cyanotoxins. So there could be so if you're looking at a freshwater hab event, someone could be out there collecting plants and for ceremonial purposes and also be or for basketry purposes, and be consuming it and being exposed to the toxins in various different ways. So we just wanted to show that, there's a wide range of activities that occur in water bodies and different routes of exposure where tribal members, Native peoples can be exposed and harmed by cyanotoxins. Next slide, please. So this is a screenshot of Clear Lake, and those are the cyanotoxin monitoring sites. We did make sure that there were tribal sites on there that were for gathering areas. There's also public beaches, systems that are near drinking waters, or sites that are near drinking water systems. So we have a mix of public and private and tribal locations where we do our sampling. And we also make sure that the sampling events are occurring during times when tribal folks are out there doing ceremonies, or we get the data for them right before the ceremonies, so they have more information of the potential impacts. Next slide, please. The task force, I spoke about it briefly. Just here's the list of regional board, public health folks, state parks, city and county agency folks, EPA, Cal EPA, and the local tribes. Next slide, please. We do also have a Facebook page because we found, at least in Clear Lake, that many people started communicating that way. After the large fires that we've had in the county, it's a way to get news and information. I just wanted to point out that the slide on the left has about 9,000 people reached. We are showing pictures of our microscopy as well as site conditions, and we also post the toxin levels and the recommendation signs and information from the state programs. And we get a lot of input and views of that information, and we've gotten some good feedback from folks. Next slide, please. So just a few slides of some research from our own work on the lake. We've obviously found that you can have blooms, but no toxins, or toxins that are very low, below any action levels. You can also have areas that look like there's no blooms, but can have the slide on the right actually has, it's almost at the warning level of microcystin, but you can see the person's boot through the water, the sampler's boot. So next slide, please. We're also collecting the, because we're doing microscopy, we're looking at the dominant genus of the cyanobacteria, looking at the phycocyanin and chlorophyll A ratio and the lab results, and just really tracking this. And like I said, our program began in 2014, so we have a lot of data on the lake, which we share with the local and regional agencies that are also engaged in Clear Lake. Next slide, please. This is a little bit busy, but it is showing our highest microcystin levels at each site each year. This only goes up to 2018, but also how many times it exceeded the toxin levels exceeded the 0.8 micrograms per liter public notification threshold where CCHAB has recommended that there should be caution signs up. So we have some sites that 100% of the time it exceeded that 0.8 in some years. The highest level that we've seen on the lake is 16,920 micrograms per liter of microcystin, which is well above the danger level of 20 micrograms per liter for recreation. We've had a change in species that has led to, or a change in genus that has led to very low levels some years. So we're just tracking it each year. We're out there every other month or every other week throughout the summer, and then also doing toxin analysis and sampling throughout the winter once a month. Next slide, please. This is a chart of drinking water intake and raw water results. It was mentioned earlier that there have been no detects of cyanotoxins except for in one location. On Clear Lake, there have been low detects of cyanotoxins in the finished water. It is below the quantification limit, but it is present after treatment. So I know that the Division of Drinking Water is working really closely with the 17 or 18 surface water purveyors that are on Clear Lake. And what we found is that when we're seeing higher levels on the shoreline in those areas, then we're most likely going to be seeing higher levels, at least in the intake of these drinking water systems. Next slide, please. So in summary, tribal beneficial uses exist in many water bodies in California. Tribes are still defining them for purposes of the regional board basin plans. However, even right now, the state and regional staff should be working with local tribes to ensure that these uses are protected. The data from these programs should be used for the 305B evaluations, permitting, and other watershed management programs. There's a lot of information out there tribes have collected over the years. And they have strong water monitoring programs and strong programs, so encourage you to reach out for collaboration. I am the chair of the Cal EPA Tribal Advisory Committee and also chair or a work group for US EPA Regional Tribal Operations Committee, a California Issues Work Group. And there are many tribes engaged with state agencies and have strong programs that could be of great use for everybody, great benefit for everybody. Next slide, please. And there's my contact info. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ryan, for your time and overview of the activities going on in Clear Lake. Between the presentations from staff and yours as well, what I'm certainly struck by is the fact that none of this work would go on but for the real in-depth collaborations, both with our tribal communities and other entities at large when it comes to our HABs work. I do want to just acknowledge specifically our relationship with our tribes, our California Native tribes, and how critical it is to continue to see them as critical partners, and as have always, I think, been really at the board. There's a strong, I know, history of engagement both at the regional board level and the state board level with California's tribes, and just want to recommit to that. To that point as well, I know the Tribal Advisory Committee meeting is coming up in June, and so look forward to having a continuum of discussion both from your presentation and the recommendations, which I really appreciate as well, particularly considering the point around the 305B program data that we need to better make sure and ensure we're leveraging from our tribes. Again, I think of the surface water ambient monitoring program writ large, the GAMA program as well, which we heard about in our previous item, and it's critical, the collaboration and the collaboration space around just better understanding, characterizing, and feeding into a single data infrastructure, if you will, and understanding that it really isn't about necessarily creating a single database somewhere to rule them all. It is this federated data structure where we need to be aware of the programs and places where information is collected, and the interoperability and scaling up to decision making, to our programs. And again, in this HAB space, it's so fast and emerging. As we've seen nationally, this is of issue, but really the science is still developing. And so all the more reason we have to carry ourselves in a very transparent and collaborative way. And we have, and want to acknowledge that as well. And just appreciate again your time, Ms. Ryan.
Thank you so
and
much.
so I think, on that big point, I think that's, my main point in some of this. I guess my question would just be, I know there was a slide previously with staff where we saw the incidence and number of reports increasing. Just trying to figure out to what extent that is, and some of your data got to this as well, Ms. Ryan, I think, but trying to parse out to what extent that's because of a warming climate, or increases in inputs, or is it because we're just becoming more aware and so more reports are coming through and we're seeing an uptick for those reasons? And just wondering if staff or others might be able to just kind of guide us a little more as to if this is an increase in incidences that we're seeing, or part of just really this program starting up.
Hi, Chair Escobar. This is Greg. I just want to point out that we have one more speaker on the lineup. And I'm happy to address the question now, but I also don't want Susan Fricke to feel like we've forgotten about her.
That's fair. I apologize for kind of maybe glossing over that and starting into comment a little too soon. I'll pause my comments then actually and let Susan be able to continue on.
Wonderful, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. It's a delight to see you, even if it is from afar. Today, can you all hear me okay? Thumbs up? We're good? All right. So today, I am here to talk to you a very abridged version of the Creek Tribe Harmful Algal Bloom Program and how we've been involved in harmful algal blooms across the state, across the Klamath, across the country for the last 15 years. And for any of the board members, I know some of you are newer to me and weren't involved in this from the beginning when this started in 2005. And so if you'd like a more detailed presentation, please let me know, and I'd be glad to give that to you individually. So next slide. So where the Creek Tribe is in the Mid-Klamath, which crosses two states, Southern Oregon and Northern California. We have a variety of users within the Klamath River. I think you all are fairly familiar with this. We have the Klamath tribes in the upstream, where we have our reverse system, where you have the flat, like marshy lands in the top, and then it reverses and it comes into a canyon reach towards the bottom. And the Creek Tribe, you can see the star, the red star right there, is on the Mid-Klamath. It is below the Klamath Hydroelectric Project, which what we deal with when we're talking about that, that's a Pacificorp-owned utility, and it's slated for dam removal for the lower 4 dams. And it goes from the bottom of the project, it goes 190 miles down to the mouth, and it goes through Creek Aboriginal territory because the Creek Tribe has no reservation, no formal reservation. And then it goes through the Yurok Reservation, which is the lower 40-ish miles until you hit the mouth. Next slide, please. So how this all happened is we had one lone sample in 2004 where we thought that there might be an issue because we had this neon green water. We took a sample, it exceeded the now California guidance by over 60 times. So in 2005, for the TMDL process, we were under consent decree to have all the Klamath TMDLs done by 2010, or regional board, and we were working on it as well. And then we also had the 401 relicensing that was happening for the Klamath Hydroelectric Project. So the Creek Tribe was contracted by the State Water Board and in coordination with the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and EPA to conduct a reservoir nutrient budget survey study that would go on for at least a year. And we looked at the nutrient dynamics of what was coming into the reservoirs and leaving the reservoirs and what was happening within those reservoirs, again, for TMDLs and 401. And while we were out there, I was able to find some extra money to secure to see if this toxic algae bloom that we had seen in the prior year was something that was consistent and happened year to year and happened throughout that year and how severe it was. So we started off in 2005, and this is Copco reservoirs. You can see we have a Microcystis aeruginosa bloom, which Sarah had spoken about, and it produces a liver toxin microcystin. And then you can see the Klamath River coming into the reservoir is a darker color. We'll take a look at that data right now. So next slide, please. So what we found in the first year is if you look at the red lines are Copco Reservoir, which is above, and then Iron Gate is the light blue, which is below. And so what we found is when we started sampling in July, we had a bloom. This is on the left side is Microcystis aeruginosa. So this is a cell count. This is how many cells you're finding in 1 milliliter of water. And so we started to find this toxic algae started to bloom in July and continued through August and September and into October, and it hadn't even died off when we finished sampling for that year. And so at the time, all we had was World Health Organization guidelines of 100,000 cells per milliliter. And we found that you can see for the August and the September samples that almost all of the samples are exceeding that World Health Organization guideline for public health risk. And that was for recreational use. Another thing to note about this figure is if you look at the blue triangles, they're about an order of magnitude lower than the reservoirs. But what these are, this is the discharge from Iron Gate Reservoir into the river below that then flows down through the river, through Karuk Aboriginal Territory and through the Yurok Reservation. So you can see that we do have the similar trajectory of the cell counts within that water, but is about an order of magnitude less. And then if you look at the very bottom, it's a little challenging to see. It's those little yellow plus marks. That's the sample of what's coming into the reservoir. So that's that dark water above Kopko Reservoir. And we had for that year, I think we had low to no detects for every single sample. Next slide, please. So we wanted to see if this relationship that we found in 2005 held true. So we've continued to sample through, we're still currently sampling now. PacificOr took over and is sampling 2010 on, but this is all the data combined from 2005 to 2016. And this is for, on the left, you can see, this is again for the cell count, so it's cells per milliliter, which is data that we like to look at. And so you can see the relationship held pretty true. Above Kopko, you had low to no detects, almost every single sample. At Kopko Reservoir is the highest. Iron Gate Reservoir is a little bit lower than Kopko generally, and then about an order of magnitude less if you discharge, once you discharge into the Klamath main stem. And then if we look at toxin, which is the figure on the right, which is the microcystin, and that's micrograms per liter, we have a similar relationship with Kopko being the highest, Iron Gate next, and then the main stem following that. And so when we started sampling in 2005, we were told we had world record high levels of microcystin by Wayne Carmichael, who was working at Wright State University. So this was definitely an issue in the Klamath for public health, for ceremonial use, for all the uses, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Next slide, please. So of course, what is also, this is a little messy, but it's kind of a fun graph too. What's really important for the Karuk tribe is what's coming through the Karuk Aboriginal Territory. And so if you look at this, this is the samples from the 190 miles. We have a variety of sites from right below Iron Gate all the way to the mouth in coordination with the Yurok tribe. We sample in conjunction with them, and we time up all of our samples together and have the same protocols. And so you can see, this is the years from 2008 to 2016. And again, this is your cell count data. So what we're generally finding is our peaks are August, September, October, and generally starting in mid-August. And almost every year we have blooms. What the top line is 5,000 cells per milliliter. And the next line down, the dotted line, is 1,000 cells per milliliter. And the Karuk tribe has tribally adopted water quality standards. And that correlates with our warning and our caution levels for the Karuk tribe. So you can see that we're exceeding those in pretty much every single year, except for I think it's like 2015 and 16 did not get above there for the lines, but we did have individual data points that did. Another really interesting thing to note with the Klamath River is we wanted to see if you saw that big upper Klamath Lake in Oregon. Are the cell counts, are the cells, the harmful algal blooms originating from there, or are Kopko and Iron Gate their own genetically distinct populations of the microcystis? And what Tim Otten found when he was at Oregon State University is yes, the upper Klamath Lake algae is genetically distinct from what's happening in Kopko and Iron Gate. So to us, what that says is you could turn off the valve from what's coming into upper Klamath Lake, and you would still have these blooms seeding every year. And they also found that the really important for, again, for the Karuk is what's going through Aboriginal territory. That is genetically the same as what's in Kopko and Iron Gate. So these reservoirs are producing these blooms. They are large, warm, nutrient-rich, pretty much if you think of them as a large bathtub, creates the ideal condition for these harmful algal blooms. And then it's discharging into below. And the really interesting thing about microcystis is it's very resilient. And they actually found intact cells all the way down the 190 miles to the mouth of the river. That's a long way for a little guy to travel. And we don't really have evidence of it reblooming within the river. So what's being produced in the reservoirs is what's discharging all the way through to the mouth. Next slide, please. So we also did some, I'll just run through this real quick. And again, if anybody wants more in depth, I'm glad to go through it. We have, in coordination with Yurok Tribe again, we've done fish and mussel sampling, tissue sampling for tribal trust species. And then you can see within the reservoir, there's perch that people fish for recreationally. We also sampled Iron Gate hatchery fish that were juveniles that were being reared, because the water supply for Iron Gate hatchery comes from the reservoir, and you can see in the reservoir for this picture type that there's a harmful algal bloom happening at that point. So what we did is we had trace amounts were found within liver steelhead. The ones with the pluses are like the high levels where you probably don't want to be eating them. And then if I've just listed them, they're trace amounts. So we had the liver steelhead had trace amounts, the hatchery Chinook, the stomach, and the fillet had trace amounts of the microcystin, and salmon, some of the livers had trace amounts. But where we had the high levels, where you should probably be having advisories against eating, is the fillets, the muscle of the mussel, and then the fillet of the perch, and then the liver of the Chinook. Now, the people are going to be eating that, but what that shows is that there could be some other effects that are happening. I mean, it's not just about consumption of these animals, but we already have a pretty overburdened system. And what's going to happen when you add into a liver issue? Well, how will that impact? We have listed species and tribal trust species. How can it impact them? Next slide, please. So why does the Creek tribe care about this? You've already heard some of the reasons why, but subsistence fishing is a huge issue. Ceremonial use, we have recreators that swim and raft, cool off in the summertime. Again, the bioaccumulation in the food chain and how that could be affecting things. You have pets, you have people bringing their dogs in to swim. There's wildlife. There's been rumors of deer death. You can see in the lower left corner, that's a white pelican that's swimming around in that. You can also see that there's cows that are grazing and consuming the water. Next slide, please. Oh, actually, let me go back. Let's go back one. Let me talk about one thing real quick. What I'd like to talk about for the ceremonial use too, this overlap, you guys, when we talked about, we had the graph with all the pretty different colors in it. So it's mid-August through October is when we have the highest levels within the Kruger Aboriginal Territory. This directly overlaps with, we have up on the right-hand corner, you can see Ron Reed, one of our cultural leaders for the Kruger tribe, is subsistence fishing. And those guys are sometimes in the water 12 hours a day for multiple days in a row. And so dermal contact is an issue, aerosols are an issue, and then consuming fish potentially can be an issue. We also have the Creek tribe have their world renewal ceremonies during this time. And this is when they set the year right for the coming year. And traditionally, the medicine man would bathe and consume Klamath River water. Obviously, we don't want that happening during a toxic algae bloom. But these ceremonies are location and timing specific. So you can't move them. You can't say, hey, can you go to a different church across town? Can you move this until December when the bloom is gone? That is unable to happen. It's very time and location dependent on when and where these ceremonies happen. So this is a direct impact on ceremonial use for the Kruger tribal members. Next slide, please. So why is it, you already heard from Sarah why it's great to work with tribes. I think the tribes have a lot of flexibility and leeway with how they're able to work. We not only, you've heard about how we helped start up a really great monitoring set. We have one of the longest term monitoring data sets, I think in the country, if not the world, for harmful algal blooms. And we are very proud of that. And the only way that happened was with collaboration. We helped found and keep CCHAB going. I've participated as a co-chair, steering committee, however that's evolved. We helped start up the Klamath Blue-Grain Algae Work Group, where we don't have participation from our county health agency. The county, still 15 years later, refuses to participate. So we've had to do a different way to collaborate. So we work with, EPA, regional board. We work with Humboldt County that will work with us. We work with other tribes. We work with the utility. So it's that collaborative way. We are able to do collaborative postings, press releases, to have it coordinated, and you also coordinate where you send the samples to the lab. So all the data we can do these great analysis with the data because it's so consistent. Again, we also helped with the Kruger TMDL development, collecting data, participating in that. We helped get the Klamath 303 delisted for microcystin. We're participating in the freshwater harmful algal bloom TAC, and I've worked on national strategy stuff as well. And we have really enjoyed when we can have government to government meetings with our state water board members. We really appreciate that and having that audience in that forum is wonderful. And then also, every time legislation has come through, the Creek Tribe has either sponsored or supported legislation. And we sponsored both AB 834 and 835 last year, and we're delighted when AB 834 was able to go through. Next slide, please. So what concerns do we have right now? Well, currently all of the microcystin ELISA, the samples that kind of just do the rapid test of how much microcystin you have, like the 20 micrograms later, all go to the EPA Richmond lab in the Bay Area. They provide us about 500 samples a year at no cost, which is an amazing asset to our program. And it's one of the reasons it's been so sustainable. Currently, they are shut down for COVID-19. We are unsure when they'll be opening. We're hoping it's in time for the bloom this summer, because that public health data is relied upon by many agencies, community members, tribal members. People have become to really rely on that every year now to figure out where and when they can go in the river. The lab is also being shut down, the Richmond lab is, and the last I've heard is that it's going to be relocated to another part of the Bay Area, but we're not sure if they'll still be processing the microcystin samples for the Klamath. I would also mention that they are processing for Clear Lake as well, about 300 samples. So if we don't have EPA continue to do this, it's going to be a big hit to both of these tribal programs and to the agencies and the communities that rely on this data. Again, you've already heard several things about data management, about issues with WQX and CDN. Some of our programs were required to submit to WQX, some to CDN. Now with the Klamath, with the 401, all the data is supposed to be in the same spot. As you all know, this is a big challenge when the databases can't talk to each other and data can't crosswalk back and forth between them. It's becoming a huge issue. And I know your WEMA staff is working on this diligently, and I really appreciate all that they do, but I also know they have a lot of challenges with trying to do these kind of data management issues. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps? I love this picture every time we see it. This was in 2010. This was 10 years ago that we were supposed to start working on the dam removal. I have to give a huge kudos to your staff for the State Water Board. They just released the 401 for the Klamath Hydro Project last month. That was amazing. They did a fantastic job. It was a huge project. So I have appreciated them in every meeting I can, and I will continue to do so just because of the amount of work that required. It's so appreciated by all of the stakeholders in this project. But we can't let up yet, because the warm, nutrient-rich bathtub that these reservoirs create, that's where our toxic algae blooms are coming from. That's where the harmful algal blooms are coming from. And they are not going away in the mid-Klamath during ceremonial times for the Creek Tribe, during subsistence fishing time, until these dams are removed. So we need to keep moving forward with that process. And we need to make sure that everything is in place to make sure that the dams are removed according to the agreement with Oregon and California and the utility company. So it's something that should be happening. It not only has issues for the HABs, but it also has other huge water quality impacts. It's a huge restoration program that would restore ecosystem function and also add over 350 miles of fish habitat. And again, it's wanted by the utility company that owns the dam. So that's something that we need to, I ask you, board, just because the 401 is approved, we cannot stop paying attention to that project yet. It is critically important, and we need to make sure that it keeps moving forward so that we can restore water quality function in the Klamath. I also have concerns, and we're talking about with the COVID-19 issue. I know there's going to be budget shortfalls and issues. I'm really hoping, we worked so hard for AB 834. I'm hoping that we continue to have funding for staff monitoring and research through that so that we can have our statewide program. And then Marissa touched on the water quality standards. We need water quality, numerical water quality standards for California. Like Marissa had mentioned, I think a great way for this would be for it to happen in a speedy manner, because this is a public health issue. This can't wait for 20 years. This isn't just some nutrient thing that we can maybe punt for a while. It needs to be dealt with now. So I think it would be great if we could find a way to fit it into the biostimulatory and biointegrity amendment. And it makes me very happy to hear that your staff is looking at ways to do that, because I think that's the proper route for it to go in. I have for a while. We've been pushing for that, and I would really appreciate if we could keep it moving in that direction. Because what we need is, we need these HABs to be, the harmful algal blooms to be treated the same across the state. For public health information and noticing, there needs to be consistency across all water bodies throughout the state as to what the risk is to public health. I think you heard from many of the presenters today that it's not consistent. We have EPA guidance, we have state kind of guidance, but it's not a consistent way that everybody knows what's going on and what they should be looking out for public health. So we want the message to be clear and consistent so the public is not confused and complacent about the public health risks, because we need to protect public health from those water quality threats. Next slide, please. There's my contact information, and thank you so much for your time today and the ability to present to you. It was wonderful, and the other presentations were a great overview, and I'd love to talk more about this with anyone who would like to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Frick, for your continued leadership as well. As I said earlier, I think the hallmark really of this program and this work is the incredible collaborative space that it requires to have even got the program to this point, and also appreciate your leadership and advocacy and actually getting us resources to better formalize what has been up until now a pretty loose collaboration. And so as we formalize the program, as we get resources, that collaborative space, I think, will continue to be an enduring hallmark of what it is that we need to continue to do to develop these programs, understanding that we'll never be, I mean, we could ask for as many resources as we can, we'll never be as fully resourced as we want. That's the same for all the issues I think any of us work on. And so we will continue to need to leverage our relationships, our collaborative space, and the resources of other agencies and interested individuals. And so this work, really ultimately water quality, is so central to a discussion on water quantity and its uses. And so is why just again appreciate your continued work with us. As we've heard today, there's an incredible space and an incredible amount of specific work and leadership that has been demonstrated on this HABS program. I don't think I have too much more, again, other than just refining the point of, you know, if we feel that there is really an increase in harmful algal bloom moments in our blooms and our water bodies, or if it's more just because of an increased attention and awareness, and then a reporting therein into our system, would be the only real thing I wanted to just kind of clarify on. And again, emphasize that we're going to require collaborations, not unlike also the Internet of Water, and that we heard about, that's helping us think through some of these sort of federated data infrastructure issues. But again, just appreciate everyone's great work today. So.
I have a quick question. It's probably a question for our executive director, Ms. Sobek, with the caveat that things are still in flux with respect to the budget. What is the current situation with respect to resources for this program? Was there any changes made from the governor's May revise?
At the moment, in the May revise, there is not a provision for additional resources for our HABS program.
What does that mean? Not additional provision means we maintain what, sorry, perhaps Mr. Bishop could clarify.
So my understanding is that they've withdrawn from January to the May revise, the additional.
Okay.
There had been a provision in January for a very modest increase, and those kinds of increases. So the existing program is being maintained, but the increase to that program that was proposed in January has been withdrawn at the moment. Obviously, we don't know what the final budget will be, and there will be some possibly some discussion of these matters during the 2 budget hearings, one on Thursday and one on Sunday.
Thank you.
I think, yeah, subject to still further legislative discussion, obviously, but acknowledging the economic situation we find ourselves in, you know, obviously a number of programs, including the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, some positions I know DWR was looking for, were pulled back from the previous January budget. And so it is It's timely that we have this conversation, and I do appreciate the point that Board Member Doda brought up insofar as, are we getting additional resources in this space? I think that either way, whether we do or we don't, I think there is still the incredible space and momentum we already have. And certainly, Ms. Sobek, if you can remind me, I think it was 3 positions or so.
Yeah, I think that's right. 3 positions is what we had originally been hoping for in January.
So, 3 PYs do amount to a lot, our programs oftentimes only have a couple or a few. And as we know, this program, particularly in its infancy, is still, growing. But I think that what we'll be able to do is adjust. And I think that there's such incredible interest, not just, I think, here from our board members, but certainly from all of our stakeholders. And the need for the work, to Ms. Frick's point, is pretty foundational. And so there are ways, whether it's in the biostimulatory provisions of the upcoming update, or otherwise, I think there's ways we can continue to make sure we build this as a priority and adjust, as I think all state agencies are having to do, and acknowledge that to the resource scarcity I think that we're going to see. And again, I think it emphasizes rather the very real need, core contribution that these collaborations in this space really provide for us, absent any great or even modest increase in resources. So appreciate that.
I had a question or also comment on the standard setting. I think I just wanted to echo that, this is really core to the Water Board's work. I think, that's clear. We've been trying to pull together and done an amazing job, given that we haven't previously had a formal program on this. But I think the next step really is, as both staff and Ms. Fricke and others emphasized, is just the need to really establish statewide policy and numeric standards on this. And I think that is critical. I am concerned that typically our processes for that take a very long time. And so I'd really hope to see that we are able to prioritize moving forward with this in the biostimulatory policy, and that we're able to move forward with the biostimulatory policy updates as soon as possible. These are big efforts. I completely understand the huge lift of developing that kind of regulatory program, but I do think this is urgent and really core to our work and our state and our mission. So just wanted to re-emphasize that. And certainly I know we have a continually are looking at our own priorities at the state board in terms of prioritizing resources and within our different programs. And so I think, as that continues to evolve and be implemented, I just wanted to make sure to emphasize, my thought on this being a very high priority. And I think my understanding is we're trying to get through toxicity, get that adopted, and that statewide policy adopted. But I really hope that this is, the focus to get over the finish line and develop as quickly as possible after that.
Thank you, board member.
So I appreciate and concur with all of the comments that have already been made. So don't want to take up too much time here, but just concerned in the meantime about the public health, protection of the public health, and some of the comments that were made, in particular, Ms. Fricke's last comment, that just wanting to make sure that the messaging is clear and that people understand, that we're all kind of giving the same message in light of the fact that there's just so much information being developed in the meantime. But we do have those caution signs. And so the specific question to all of the panelists would be when those signs get posted. Sounds like they're, we're not covering all of the state where they potentially could be posted, but when they are posted, does the public heed the warning?
Yeah, hi, Vice Chair Diodama. This is Greg. I'll let Keith and Marissa add to this, and as well as Susan and Sarah if they want. But I think generally the message gets handed out pretty well to people by way of both the signage as well as maybe some of our social media efforts, and then just word of mouth. A lot of the concern and the impact revolves around people that take dogs or kids to sort of the same water bodies or the same recreational areas. And so once there is news of an event, it spreads pretty quickly, and people are pretty good, generally speaking. But I know that there are nuances and differences throughout the state. In particular, there's some Southern California water bodies that we've had a really hard time stressing the message to the right audience, because they just demand to use in the past these water bodies for recreation. So I think it varies somewhat, but generally people, they don't want their kids or their dogs to get sick.
And then I'd like to hear from Ms. Ryan and Ms. Fricky on this as well, but in particular, concerned about, where there have been postings and there are tribal ceremonies to be scheduled. And I understand, Ms. Fricky, what you were saying, that these ceremonies are specific as to time and place. And so what options are there, when there have been postings? Do these ceremonies actually get canceled, or do tribes, sort of reluctantly figure out, another place for the ceremony? So you could just comment on that.
Sure, they have been, they're unable to do that, and it's a hard thing for me to wrap my head around, but they're unable to move the time or the location at all. It doesn't work that way. So what they have done is they've altered, like I said, the medicine man traditionally bathes and drinks the water. We've done some education on, can you please not drink? Can you please not submerge your head? But what that does is it takes away from the ceremony. It doesn't make it the complete ceremony that they want to set their world in the right way. So it kind of poisons it in a way, and so it's really unfortunate. So that's the issue that we've seen with that. I think people are pretty good. What we've had, the inconsistencies with posting is what I talk about is your counties. Sometimes counties or water body managers will want to treat a posting differently. They won't want to post. It's only voluntary, like recommended guidance from the state, so they don't have to post. And then somebody else has to step in. So on the Klamath River, Siskiyou County should be the one to post. They refuse to post. So PacifiCorp posts on their land, the Forest Service posts on those river accesses, but they only put up one posting. They don't agree to do the 3 levels, the 3 tiers, so you know how severe it is. And then as we see, with lots of stuff that's happening in the world right now, when you have the government is saying it's not an issue or isn't backing up that it's an issue, that's confusing for people. And that's where our frustration lies, is that we have different messaging. There's people not saying anything. There's people saying they don't need to worry about it. And there's people saying it's an issue. And that's the part that I would like to see gone, that there's just one message.
In the meantime,
I'm sorry, can I follow up on that and ask Mr. Gerhardt or anyone else who wants to chime in, has there been any discussions in terms of what, aside from reaching out in collaboration and coordination with our local health agencies, are there any other possible options for addressing the concern that Ms. Vicky just pointed out in terms of inconsistency, in terms of posting?
Yeah, this is Greg. Thank you. The strategy discussions around what could be done have covered all sorts of options. And one of the sort of like main lines of potential is mimicking the AB 411 approach, where there's a standard, and if a health officer is aware of the standard, they're required to post. The trick with that, as you recall, was that the county health officers and the county health programs needed, in the coastal beach monitoring example, they needed state reimbursement for the monitoring component. So having to follow that exact model has been, I think, a challenge for us to wrap our heads around. And that is kind of, I think, the direction that some of the strategic thinking was going with AB 835 and some of the follow-up. But one of the first steps in that would be to have essentially numeric standards that would be consistently applied throughout the state for all the types of toxins and beneficial uses that we're talking about. We're not even there yet, really.
So again, following up on this, I remember at one point, and I'm sure Ms. Fricke will as well, where the North Coast Regional Board stepped in and did posting when the county refused to. And you know what the situation is with respect to the Central Valley Board, as well as some of our other regional water boards, if they have done similar activities, if there's any consistency between regional boards and when they step in to do postings? Is there anything we can do to encourage or ensure consistency in regional board action when it comes to posting?
And I would like to commend, thank you for bringing that up. I would like to commend the regional board. The North Coast Regional Board has done a fantastic job of trying to unify their area, their region. So thank you for that.
I believe the Central Valley Regional Board made a point of communicating to the water body managers a couple of years ago that if there were toxin levels that were that needed signage, that they would get involved in either the posting of it or at least doing a press release about it. But again, most water bodies are not being monitored. It's really, you know, the tribes have stepped in and done, you know, strong programs, and then you've got reaction of bloom monitoring that's going on in some of the water bodies. So there's a lot of you know, you can't post if you don't know.
This is Greggy, and I think there is potential to discuss what the state board could do to sort of shore up some of the consistent responses and maybe even the proactive monitoring. It's tough without the resource component. It's especially tough now. There are significant problems that these regions face. In particular, Central Valley has a lot of work that they're doing that they're going to end up redirecting probably some of their staff. And so without the additional new resources, which was 5 PY, by the way, just to clarify, it was going to be 5. So a position might have been made available to the whole Central Valley, which would have been a big resource add. But without that, it's going to be hard to have the follow-up. But we're interested in exploring what the state board could do to help.
And teeing up this, I do appreciate your follow-up, Board Member Dodek, follow-up questions. And I'd like to hear back. I don't know how often this comes before us, but just like to hear, I understand the constraint on resources, but it seems that a mix between some additional collaboration and then having a role, it's hard to say where we obviously where we don't have the information, where we don't have the monitoring, but where we do have that knowledge about a harmful situation and a lack of posting, if regional boards perhaps using the North Coast model, you know, where they show an interest in posting and getting information out, maybe that would provide some of the additional incentive that local communities need to undertake it themselves. So just like to hear back at the appropriate time, you know, an update on these activities and any response, improved response that we get on postings.
Thank you for your, we'll be happy to do that.
Yeah, perhaps sometime in the fall, it might be appropriate to circle back to things once temperatures get cooler and perhaps less actual harmful algal bloom activity or outbreaks are taking place. It could be a well-timed moment to see where we are and how we can follow up. To emphasize on Vice Chair Diadamo's point, I think another area of focus I would say would be on maybe focusing particularly on our remote sensing capabilities in this space, understanding and knowing that strong point, you can't if you don't measure something, you can't actually manage it. And so doing so by satellite data, by machine learning, and really starting to see that as maybe a discrete program we can further emphasize. And again, that requiring collaboration from multiple state agencies where similar satellite data and benefits could maybe accrue anyway. So appreciate it.
Yeah, hi, I really appreciate the presentations today. Very informative, and I will follow up with you, Ms. Fricke, for a more detailed briefing on the Klamath River issues. So I found it very interesting, and I have some follow-up for you later. But I wanted to just mention once more the drinking water impacts. You know, we're talking about public health, and this is an evolving space as well. And so, you know, we heard about how there's inconsistency in monitoring of water treatment plants, both I think on the influent and also the impacts of toxins on the treated water side. So I wanted to hear maybe a little bit more from Division of Drinking Water as to, you know, what some of those challenges are in terms of water quality monitoring at treatment plants, and how perhaps we can get a better understanding of what the big picture risks are currently. And, you know, as you think through possible future regulations in that space, looking at first notification levels and how to move forward with drinking water advisories. So any response there would be appreciated.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Board Member McGuire. It's something we put a lot of thought into, because obviously when you don't have a requirement, when you can't compel people to do something, you're going to get an inconsistent result. That said, I think there is a lot of good news in terms of what some of the larger agencies are doing. Agencies like Metropolitan Water District, Santa Clara Valley Water District, East Bay Mud, folks that are taking water from surface water bodies, and you know, several of them are also wholesale agencies that distribute water to a lot of others. A lot of those agencies have taken it pretty seriously, and you know, they're doing varying degrees of monitoring, but enough that we're at least able to have some of our suspicions borne out that the treatment processes they are using are capable of dealing with toxins up to a certain level, and that, you know, we're not seeing just constant levels of toxins every year. It's actually still, even in a place like San Luis Reservoir, for instance, where we know there are blooms every year and we know that there are significant effects on recreational use, the agencies that are taking water out of that reservoir are conducting monitoring, and it's, you know, sporadic that they'll see a low level hit in the water that actually comes out of the reservoir. So it's not that we know nothing, but we don't have a global picture where we can just look at any water body in the state and know what's going on at any given time. I do also want to point out that Department of Water Resources conducts monitoring throughout the state water project during the bloom season. So we do at least have information on what's going on in you know, that really major water supply. And again, you know, there are routinely sporadic, usually low level hits, but the agencies that are taking that water, at least those that do monitor, you know, seem to be coping okay with it right now. Our biggest, of course, biggest sort of experimental playground, I shouldn't call it a playground, but Clear Lake is it. We've been looking at that water body forever. I know, you know, in my limnology class back in the way early 90s, it was what got looked at, you know, when we were talking about this phenomenon. And we have the 17 public water systems that Sarah Ryan mentioned around the lake. And most, if not all of those, are doing some level of monitoring. And, you know, my staff has been able to work really closely with them, looking at what happens through their treatment processes. And, you know, so far the news has all been good. So we are hopeful that we will get more water systems on board voluntarily monitoring. And, you know, once we get down the road towards regulation, either at the federal or state level, we won't be going into it blind. We'll have some idea what we're dealing with. There's still a lot to work out. The analytical issues are still something that water systems are a bit uncomfortable with. They're not all, I think, convinced that the federal health advisories, which are based on total microsystems, can be addressed effectively through the ELISA monitoring that gives you that total microsystems result. A lot of them have misgivings about maybe false high numbers. Of course, we'd also be concerned about false low numbers. And so a lot of those issues have yet to be resolved. But again, the good news is we're not blind. We do have a fair amount of information from the water systems that are being proactive.
Great, perfect. That's really helpful. And you certainly, raised some flags for me when you were talking about Oregon and Lake Erie and other states that have been experiencing some challenges with their drinking water systems. And so just as we move forward and the body of knowledge becomes more comprehensive and we have a better picture of what's going on, it'd be helpful to just be able to think through, what are the gaps in data and information that we need to be filling to make informed and good decisions about any future drinking water regulatory action. So thank you.
Thank you.
Stefan, you did bring up a good point as well, insofar as the trust that water districts, others have necessarily in the capacity or the sort of the science behind some of the testing. So I believe this is having, but could you speak to any discussions with our laboratory community through ELAP, particularly if this has come up, if this is sort of on their radar as well, or any work there?
Yeah, and I may punt this over to Marissa pretty quickly, because she is really our expert when it comes to the analytical side of this. There are a number of laboratories that are able to run certainly the quantitative ELISA analyses, which give you total microsystems. And for those that don't have the background in this, there are a number of variants of microsystems. And if you have a lab that can do the more advanced LCMS type analyses, usually they can get a handful of them, and hopefully the handful that are most predominant in the water you're looking at. But to get an answer for total microsystems, you're still using this ELISA test method, and there's no apples to apples comparison between that and the LCMS results. And so we do have water systems doing some work to compare those results and try to hone in on how close they can get. But there's again, there's cause for concern among some of the discrepancies that they are seeing. That said, I think lab capacity is growing, and certainly there are labs that can do this work at very advanced levels. Whether or not they're going to be accessible to the broader water system community is another question. You asked about ELAP and accreditation for labs, and that is something that there's ongoing discussion between ourselves, OEMA, and ELAP. And Marissa, if you're available, maybe you could talk about that. Marissa, did we lose you? Oh, great.
Yeah, just want to test my audio. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. This is Marissa Van Dyke. I'm in OEMA under Greg, and OEMA has been coordinating, or rather like the larger swamp effort has been coordinating with ELAP to bring in many of the analyses that swamp uses under ELAP accreditation. And there's many different analyses. So we have started a discussion with a phased approach for swamp to bring the analyses under accreditation. And the first phase is cyanotoxin analysis, particularly for water, and then for tissue, meaning fish tissue. And those discussions have begun on how that can be brought into ELAP. And we have put funding in place in a contract to be able to work with a researcher to develop the appropriate methodology. The methodology is available. It's been published in like academic literature. However, for it to be used as a methodology for analysis under ELAP accreditation, it must meet certain validation procedures according to the national standards. So we have funding in place with the contractor to start working on validating the methods that then could be brought under ELAP accreditation. There are, as we've talked about many of these kind of efforts, there are resource limitations, particularly with, making sure that all the methods that are necessary for each of those 4 common toxins have validated methods for water and then separately for tissue. And then staff time and resources in ELAP as well, because I understand they're still seeking resources to meet their current requirements, and that's their resources are then again dependent on then bringing in the full accreditation for all these cyanotoxin analyses. Because as Stefan was saying, he was speaking to the total microcystin analysis, and there are two different types of methods that are being used. One is a little bit more informative approach to understand if the drinking water advisory levels are being met. That's the LISA method. But then there's also each individual other toxin group needs a separate analysis. There's no like a combination analysis for water testing to test for all the 4 common cyanotoxins that we're aware of that's occurring in California. So it would be a set of methodology to be brought in under accreditation. Please let me know if you have any additional questions.
That's perfect. I really appreciate that. And I think, again, speaks to the real opportunities within our own programs, in this case, the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, and the real needs that facilitate, again, our ability to even monitor, assess, understand, and characterize the challenges we see with harmful algal blooms. So thank you. I appreciate that. Any other comments or questions or considerations from fellow board members? I think, again, echoing Vice Chair Diodamo's point about really circling back on this year would be great, and perhaps in the fall if it's appropriate. But otherwise, look forward to continuing to be able to understand the opportunities and work that's being done in this space. And again, whether we're able to get additional resources or otherwise, I think this is going to continue to be a core part of our consideration and work, and just appreciate everyone's continued collaboration. It's what makes this work possible, and the difference really in our success. So thank you. Then
I thought we had a public speaker on this
Oh,
item.
I apologize. Yeah, we do, Ms. Dodek and Board Member Dodek, and I apologize for completely spacing on that. I even had a text from Mr. Loffer reminding me, so apologies for that. And we do have one speaker, public comment card, and Ms. Berrigan Padilla, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. It's good to see you all. Glad you're all healthy and doing well. I first want to say thank you to all the staff for the State Water Board and Region 5, whom we've been working with the last several months to get ready to actually launch a HAB center in the Delta. We are at the process where we are just sitting and waiting for checks, actually, from grants. And speaking to the issues about reliability of data, we are also intending to make sure that we become a certified citizen science center, so that our work can be QC'd and it can become reliable. The work of Sarah Ryan and Susan Fricke has been inspirational, and we'll probably be looking to them for a lot of guidance as well. My comment or concern today is about the situation that's unfolding once again in San Joaquin County. I'm watching water visually when I can go down there start to green up in the same places where we've had HABs in the past. We have not succeeded in our county of getting our homeless population sheltered in place with COVID. Our rivers and our sloughs are just, the homeless population in those areas are exploding. So we also have a public health department, like all the other public health departments, that is just overworked right now because of the COVID situation. So these things for us really tie together. There is testing in the shelters going on with the homeless population. I literally watched 2 meetings today. I had your meeting on since 9 o'clock and our county board of soups on another device because the 2 pieces fit together. We had a large number of people tied to our campaign and tied to the California Delta Chambers really calling on the county that we have got to do better with the homeless population. The reason why I raised this all with you is that we had really a difficult time with our public health department and the county moving our homeless population away from HABs last year. I just think between the two public health threats that we are looking at a serious recipe for disaster in San Joaquin County. Normally, I always have a plan on how I'm going to run something or fix something or advocate for something. I can honestly tell this board I am at a loss, because no matter how hard we push about the HABs issue locally, we cannot gain traction. Pre-COVID, we were pushing that we needed to move people from those areas to make sure that they're safe and they're protected. We just can't seem to succeed here. And so I'm calling on this board to help me push where we can't push. We can't seem to succeed. We're really, really concerned. I think we have a real recipe for disaster locally. I also wanted to say that, you know, pre-COVID, when we were called upon for workshops and informational hearings, we were seeing other people, other representatives show up from the other counties, again, not from San Joaquin County. It's just not registering with them. So whatever assistance we can get from the state water board, from Region 5, we would greatly appreciate. Last part is, I also think there needs to be outreach done for better monitoring to the city of Stockton for their water intake plant. They have good people there, and I know they monitor things, but last year we saw the HABs spreading further north into that direction. And so I think with the drought coming, it would just behoove everyone if they were just maybe more proactive. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Much appreciated.
If I might provide a little bit of a response. I know that Patrick Palupa, the executive officer of the Central Valley Regional Water Board, and some of their board members, including Chair Longley, has been, you know, very interested in the issue of the homeless situation in the Central Valley. And a week or so ago, I attended a meeting that the regional board staff convened with assistance from Amanda Ford from our Office of Public Participation. And what it is, it's an attempt to try to bring together city, local, county officials who are working on the issue of homelessness to see if we can start the dialogue, if we can start sharing information and start coordinating on it. I thought it was a very good, I think it was a couple hour long meeting. And this is the first meeting of, I think what's called, I'm looking down at my notes, it's called the Stockton Area Agency Homeless Task Force, that was convened by Patrick Palupa of the Central Valley Regional Water Board. And I believe they've already scheduled another meeting, but for now, it's just, you know, getting folks together so that they can share information in terms of, you know, both where problem areas might be, as well as who's doing what resources they have, what their needs and challenges are, and see if there's a way to better coordinate and collaborate. So it's a small step. It certainly is nowhere near the breadth or the scope that is needed, but it is something that is on our radar screen, as well as on the Regional Water Board radar screen. And from what I heard at that meeting, local officials are very concerned about this issue, and they very much want this additional collaboration and coordination.
Thank you.
Leveraging, I guess, in order to hopefully get whatever resources that are available.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, board member. And I know Region 3 as well, and Region 2 and other chairs in the various regional water quality control boards have continued to bring up homelessness as a challenge and an area where I think we can continue to convene and continue to better understand some of the work that is going on, knowing that some counties maybe are further along and have best practices to share or otherwise information to share as we continue to have a discussion around the space that I know, to your point, board member, the regions are very interested in continuing to have because of the real challenges and impacts in the watersheds and on the ground to the work, both on the permitting and outcome side, certainly. So thank you again for your comments. Any other questions or comments from fellow board members? Well, thank you again, and sorry for almost transitioning out without having gone to your comment. We'll go ahead now then and conclude if no one else has any closing thoughts. Item number 9, and again, just appreciate the incredible work that staff and that we have been able to discuss over these last 2.5 hours. Pretty incredible. So thank you. Now then, we'll keep this actually quite brief at this point. We have 2 items left, board member reports, and then also the executive director's report. After that, we'll be going into closed session. I'll just flag now, before we go into closed session, we'll have a lunch. Closed session will be just that, so it won't be before folks here on the webcast. But before we do that, I entertain any board member reports.
I slipped in my report about attending the Stockton Homelessness Task Force meeting, so I'm done.
Expeditious. I appreciate that. My report, I will just say, I haven't had really too many large, I tuned into a couple of webinars, but otherwise have had the benefit of having some space to just focus on some projects. So nothing to really report on my end, but just, again, I appreciate the evolving nature of all of our work, and particularly staff who continue to provide not only continued work in our programs, but support in these board meetings and these informational items I found to be incredibly helpful for us. So just want to thank folks for that.
So I, as we all have been following more webinars than usual, and I just want to report on 3 of interest. First of all, I followed a webinar put on by California Forward and Valley Vision on achieving broadband for all, and learned a lot. So first of all, the governor has provided some additional funding in May revise specifically to assist in CPUC's mapping project to help identify areas that lack sufficient access. And that's in addition to funding that the CPUC had already set aside to help provide for broadband expansion. But the most important thing that I got out of that webinar was a report by Martha Guzman Aceves regarding not just funding initiatives, but her focus that she's taking as a board member to be looking at business models that help, and also that help to develop regulatory solutions to further incentivize the expansion of broadband in areas that do not currently have it. So it was just really useful for me to follow that and understand the complexities and also the additional tools that can be used. And then 2 workshops that staff put on that I just want to use this as an opportunity to really compliment staff for their work in these 2 workshops. One was on the information and training on dredge and fill policy and procedures, and the implementation guidance document that staff worked on. I think that our staff, in particular, Paul Hahn, did a really good job. There was great interest by the stakeholders to participate in that workshop, and a lot of real detailed questions and detailed answers. And so it just, from my perspective, just sort of watching from a distance, I just really appreciate all the good work that was done by our staff in the development of the regulation when we adopted it, and it's paying off in dividends now, because those good, strong relationships, my sense is that those strong relationships continue to hold as we move forward with implementation. And then just really want to thank our staff, Max Gomberg in particular, on the water loss public stakeholder meeting Really good dialogue. I think we're still a ways off from, necessarily finding the sweet spot, but there was a good discussion about staff's proposal and also the economic model, and a lot of really good ideas that came from that, not necessarily solutions, but our staff showed an interest in drilling down further and having further discussions on some of the specific items. And so I just appreciated the good dialogue that occurred from that workshop.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other reports from folks?
Yeah, I will add, I also listened in on the water loss stakeholder workshop and appreciate everyone's engagement on that as that work evolves. And then had both of my regional boards held their regional board meetings, and I participated in those. So it was good to see them working through, remote participation, and, being able to continue on with that work. That was for Region 9 and Region 7. Pretty much all the items were on consent, so there wasn't as much big controversy or public comments, but it was one of the big projects that Region 9 just did was around the big recycled water project there. And so, even if it's on consent, it doesn't mean that it's not a very significant and important step, as are many of the other issues that they're working on. And then, I think both of those regions remain concerned and working hard on addressing the transboundary flows and untreated sewage that flows into both of those regions, especially with COVID-19 and obviously before COVID-19 as a public health threat. And I know there's a lot of work going on with the federal government and the state and international agencies and partnerships to try to move that forward. And I think that's my update.
Okay, and I just wanted to say that for my report, I am doing the same sort of webinar surfing that many of us are, I think, right now. And Vice Chair Diadamo, I also was able to attend the water loss control workshop, and I completely agree with your comments. I really appreciated staff, Kartiki and Max's participation and willingness to listen to stakeholders' input. And I agree there may be a little bit of ways to go, but that being said, I think the approach has, we've made a lot of progress in the last 6 to 8 months, and it's really been remarkable. I know it's not easy, but I think we're heading in the right direction by and large, and looking forward to continuing to work on that effort going forward. And the other webinar, one other one I wanted to mention was the joint webinar put on by DTSC and Water Board on vapor intrusion guidance. And for me, it was more just to learn a little bit more about what that was. And I think Executive Director Sobek mentioned this earlier about how it was kind of the 101 information, presentation was recorded and made available. And then the vapor intrusion workshop itself was dedicated to questions and answers from interested stakeholders. And, in that case, both DTSC staff and Water Board staff were provided opportunities to respond to different questions that came up. And I thought that format seemed like it worked fairly well. So again, working with the challenges that we have and not being able to meet in person and trying to deal with the situation has led to some creative approaches to continue to share and have important conversations on these issues. So that's it.
Thank you, board members. That being it, then we're concluded with item number 5, the board member reports, and we have item number 11. Ms. Sobek, the Executive Director report.
I have nothing to add unless board members have questions either now or later.
Actually, I have one question, if I might piggyback on Board Member McGuire's report on the vapor intrusion guidance. I received an email, and I'm sure other board members did too, requesting an extension of the comment period for the guidance. And I'm curious, since it's really not something that is our product, but rather the product of a Cal EPA work group, what role do we have, or do you have as staff, in terms of responding to that request?
So we can look into that about officially, but people should just continue to comment as they work with it. It is a draft document on how to implement the vapor intrusion guidance. And so it won't stop because we put it out. It's out there now, and people should comment on it as they see fit. And we will, as a team, work on it.
So there's not actually a fixed comment period to extend. Is that what you're saying, Mr.
Yeah.
Bishop?
Did you receive that request, or should I forward it to you?
It's not
I
ringing
have
a
not
bell.
received it, so forward it to me and
All right, I will
I'll
forward
look
it.
into it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, board member. Any other questions on the executive director's report? Again, appreciate its thoroughness as always. And for anyone that's looking for a summary of the many activities I know that are going on at any given point at the boards, it's a really good summary. We continue to want to make sure that it's useful. So to the extent that folks do read it, don't find things particularly useful, or have comments or constructive criticism, by all means, reach out to the executive director or any of us around it. But thank you again to Eileen and staff for compiling it all.
And I just have one quick request for, I think and I don't know that it needs to be, well, I guess for the next executive director's report and for the next board meeting, I think you mentioned at the beginning that we'll get a little bit more information on the COVID-19 update for the next board meeting. And I think just would love to get a little more detail in what kind of reporting we're getting on the executive order implementation in the next executive director report or update with the board, just to kind of understand what we're learning from the reporting that is happening and how that voluntary reporting is working.
Yes, we'll plan to do that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Well, I think that concludes item number 11 then. And so next we'll proceed into closed session. But first, we'll have a 20-minute or so lunch perhaps, and we'll say we'll reconvene in closed session at 2 o'clock. Mr. Loffer, is there anything we should say or consider prior to concluding our work here?
Yes, just one quick query. Since we're in a little bit of an unusual situation and the board members have flexibility in terms of when they join, since we're not all physically here in the building, we do have one potential conflict with one of the individuals who's participating in closed session. We could start at 2, however, it may, if the board members' schedules allow it, if we convened at 4, that may address that scheduling conflict, but if the board would prefer to start at 2, we can start at 2.
I'm open to thoughts from fellow board members. I'm just pulling up my calendar, and I can be flexible. So
4 is fine with me.
Hearing that 4 is okay, so we'll make it 4 o'clock then.
Okay. So the board members already have the necessary closed session meeting. We'll be recessing until 4 o'clock when the board will convene in closed session.
Great. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you at 4. Thank you.